Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 26, 2019. Madam Clerk.
Item 1 on the closed session agenda, threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with Captain Jim Macedo, Calaveras County Sheriff's Office.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. Good morning and welcome back to the February 26, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. If you're able, would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Mills, will you please lead us?
Let us begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Oh. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item 1, threat to public services or facilities pursuant to Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with Captain Jim Macedo, Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Announcements. Any announcements from the board? Supervisor Mills.
I do have one, and this is due to an ongoing issue regarding the Camp 9 Road outside of Vallecito off of Parrott's Ferry. The local private landowners have done their role in the no trespass letters and all of the signage necessary and are beginning to clean up their properties, but it also means that if you have an intention of going out there to do practice shooting, that you will be cited. And we already have several issues that have come up over the last weekend. 14 citations were issued. So it's an off-limits area, folks. If you even step out of your car and bring your rifle out, you want to plink at some rocks. It was the reason we had a fire last year, was because of that area. So no shooting on Camp 9 Road, and the BLM is aware of it too. So CHP has done a patrol out there yesterday. Fish and Wildlife was on a patrol out there yesterday. It's an active area. We're paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Other supervisor announcements? Seeing none, is there any announcements from staff? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. I think everybody knows the rules. Always conduct yourself with civility and reflect well upon your comments, reflect well upon the county. Please. Present.
Good morning, Board. If you would take under consideration a carve-out so that the approved farms in good standing that paid Measure C taxes can be grandfathered in and allowed to cultivate this year. The time for healing is now. Creating trust will allow the community to grow stronger. Calaveras has had a lack of affordable housing for much longer than the 3.5 years since the Butte fire. We are a community in crisis. Fewer than 1/5 of all the structures have been rebuilt since September 9th, 2015. The Utilities Chapter 11 filing has precluded plaintiffs from payment for signed settlements and the justice of a trial by jury instead of a bankruptcy judge. The District 2 community has been decimated both economically and emotionally because the permaculture that had existed in and around the scar no longer exists. There is one narrow road for 190 farms at most. All have been inspected and approved already by the county. These specific farms also obtained temporary state licenses that are the only qualified farms to apply for provisional licenses this year. In order to obtain a provisional license, every applicant must also submit a complete annual license application, as well as the annual fee that can cost as much as $40,000. If these farms are not able to operate this year, most will not make it. Failure to operate this year will also result in loss of standing with the state. All farms will be sent to the back of the line of over 6,000 backlogged applications. State regulations are the strictest in the country. The planning department needs to finish the general plan update and all the subsequent rezoning. The ag department is more than capable of overseeing business owners that have already passed background checks, inspections, and own approved farms. I urge you to eliminate all redundancy. Let all approved farms be allowed to operate this year so that they may obtain the state license. Not only will this deliver millions in Measure C taxes, but will allow me to feed my children. Farms in good standing that were precluded by the choices this board makes about minimum acreage need to be allowed to obtain a state license so a lateral move to a preferred property next year can be preserved. The Calaveras Unified School District just fired 11 teachers this past week. 26 new hires are left from the UO, and the farmers and their families are the only ones unemployed. Granted, the board is not responsible for the teachers, but consider these developments in conjunction with losing everything in the fire, reinvesting in our burnt property for a business that was taken away from us, only after the whole industry paid enough in taxes to keep the county from going bankrupt. What a huge pill to be force-fed. Why would any sane person want to continue living and building a business here after being so deliberately taken advantage of by her own local government? Why? Because we love Calaveras and desperately want to continue building our business and raising our children here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning, Board. Sandy Meisrat, District 2. This is the first time I'm standing before the 2019 Board, and I wanted to welcome back Supervisor Callaway. Hello and welcome, Ben Stopper, and congratulations, Chair Garamendi. I apologize for not making last week's study session, but I had a meeting conflict. I still support regulated cannabis in this county. I did take the time to watch the video of the meeting, and with that review, I felt it important to come and offer you a perspective to consider. First and foremost, I think we need to accept that what is past is truly in the past. There is much to be learned from the urgency ordinance, and if that information, or data, if you will, is used on any level, it should be referenced for the purposes of crafting a permanent ordinance based on what we know now that we didn't know before, 2 years of real-life data. As I told the prior board, and Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Tuffanelli, you may remember that, I ask that your decisions be based on fact, not emotion. Why do I reiterate this? Because I have a bit of fact to share with you today regarding rural residential. I live in the El Rancho Loma Serena Homeowners Association. Prior to the Butte fire and our green rush, our directors and officers insurance ran us $280 per year. We had a landlord with a cultivator who allowed their tenant to cultivate on their property. He then turned around and sued the HOA when he was fined for their behavior. The HOA ultimately prevailed in Calaveras Superior Court, only to have our insurance carrier cancel us from a D&O insurance perspective. The only coverage that we could get at the time increased our premium from that $280 I mentioned to $10,944 a year. We shopped heavily this year, and we were able to get that down to $10,405. That's the best rate the board could find. So do the math. $280 versus either rate is still an increase of over $10,000 a year that each property owner in that HOA now funds via increased dues. So this is a real-life example of where 148 owners have already been negatively impacted financially by no fault of their own, and for ensuring that their legal governing documents are enforced. This may impact other HOAs in Calaveras County if they're engaged in legal action to enforce their CC&Rs. So I'm asking that you consider this when you start looking at what we do with rural residential zoning. And while I understand that some of those individuals have paid their fees to cultivate during the temporary ordinance, there are now folks that are paying for those who violated the rule of law in an HOA.
Thank you very much, Sandy.
Good morning, Board.
I sat through the study session, and I came away feeling really confused why county staff stands up here and says words like, the growers need to be coddled or babysat. There were 190 farms that followed the rules, paid their dues, got retroactive as-built grading permits, even before we were asked to. I asked if I needed a grading permit before the UO. I was told no. I got a grading permit. I paid the fees. We paid the engineers. We got the slight correction that we needed done. Cost a lot of money, and I got half of my grading permit back because it didn't cost the county very much to come and make sure that we did what we needed to do. I'm baffled why there wasn't a report by the Ag Department. This is an agricultural product. We are farming. We are farming to the hardest, strictest regulations of any ag. I had several conversations with Kevin Wright over the course of the UO, and he told me that I think it was 180 farms came forward and signed up with him and registered their farms. And he testified before this board that it's basically organic, that we are only allowed to use what is allowed on leafy greens. I think that the people that passed the UO, all of those regulations that have the strict regulations and the strict inspections that are coming from the state, ought to be allowed to grow this year. I don't understand why we have 26 new hires from the UO, and I heard people from planning saying that they could only process 25 applications. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Our inspection lasted about 20 minutes. There were no armed sheriffs because we are known to the county. I heard when the sheriff was originally talking about the UO that they need armed guards because we're all armed. That is not true. Most of us do not have firearms because we do not have access to Second Amendment rights as growers. So I wish you would please reconsider your timeline and get us back to work as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public speakers? Seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Are there any board members who'd like to pull items? Supervisor Mills.
Item number 6 and item number 8.
What item?
8, 6, and 8. Any other items? Any staff want to pull any items? Public? Seeing none, there's a motion to accept the remainder. Excuse me, Supervisor Mills.
No, that's okay. I'll move the remainder.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
One moment, please. Public comment?
Thank you.
No, don't have to. Very good. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thanks. Sorry, I was afraid I forgot that one out.
Item 6 is from Public Works to receive the written fiscal year 2017-18 annual reports for the Road Impact Mitigation, Valley Springs Benefit Basin, Copperopolis Benefit Basin, and Bret Harte Traffic Impact Mitigation Development Fee Programs.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only purpose of pulling this item was because of the Copperopolis Benefit Basin. I noticed that our Public Works Director, Mr. Pack, is here, but it has my comments have to do with the tentative construction of the roundabout at Copper Cove Drive in Littlejohn, and to ensure the public that there are no funds being removed from our general fund, from the benefit basin funds, or whatever funds might be necessary to make that construction happen, that it is only going to be the funds that were set aside under the original Castle and Cook project, which is now part of Copper Valley Development, and they are entirely responsible for the costs to construct that project, and that their construction timeline is such that they will probably get that done starting this spring and through this summer. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. I know that this has been a controversial issue in that area, but we did receive an approval from the Copper Cove Lake Tulloch Homeowners Association, Saddle Creek Homeowners Association, were both directly impacted by it, as well as they had conversations with the local fire district to ensure that everybody was on board with their plan. And so, the public has already had a chance to view and vet what that project looks like, and I know it is part of these discussions, so that's why I brought it up.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stopper?
I would also like to bring up the program project list for the Valley Springs Benefit Basin program project list. There's a list here. A lot of these were approved long ago, I believe in our discussions back in 2004 for prioritization. And I just want to bring up during the Highway 26 corridor improvements, we still have Olive Orchard Road and Garner Place two-way left turn pocket on that list as of this time. And there's the Hogan Dam Road reconfigure intersections on that list. These are all things that have been brought up by the community that many of them are worried about. And I do know that during certain sessions we've brought up Hogan Dam Road before. I just wanted to say that out loud publicly.
Yeah, and again, I'm Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works, and you'll see, while this is a report of the previous expenditures for the last year and the report out of the projects in the plan, there are some, the updated capital improvement plan or program, which will be coming to you in March, will reflect some projects and changes reflected in this program. In addition, it's my anticipation, subsequent to the adoption of the general plan and the circulation element, that we'll be bringing a plan before you to revise each of these plans to reflect updated expectations of the community. So that'll be likely occurring sometime in 2019 or depending on the adoption of the general plan at some point thereafter. So my goal is to do that in the near term. Again, I think there's I think sometimes there's an expectation that all these would be built in a short period of time when in fact this plan's over many years. But I think it's time to bring that plan for, as you mentioned, 2004 or before. It's time to bring that for a refresh. So again, but that's subsequent to the adoption of the general plan. So it's on my radar, it's on my department's radar, and we'll be bringing that to you at some point in a later date.
So no further questions from the board. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
I'll move to approve this consent agenda item.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper,
Second.
second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item 8 is from the Department of Office of Emergency Services. Authorize the board chair to execute the First Amendment to professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Tetra Tech Incorporated for the recovery of homeowners' insurance revenue associated with the Cal Recycle right of entry debris removal operations for an amount not to exceed $854,656.81 for the period of August 2nd, 2018 through June 30th, 2019.
Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Chair. And I know this is in your district primarily, but I do have some concerns as to whether or not we're going to be impacted by an audit in the future for these monies, and that if there's a possibility that we may have some of these charges disallowed, that it will be something that we will in essence be having to take out of some other funds in other locations. Since it's on the agenda, I just would like to be sure that we think about how we're going to set aside funds for that, maybe in the future budget for 2019, so that we can allocate it now and set it as a reserve or in a contingency account somewhere earmarked specifically for the potential paying of disallowed claims. And that's my concern. I don't want it to just be, well, we can pull it from contingency at a moment's notice. I think this board needs to clearly understand that there has to be an allocation of funds set aside now specifically for that purpose, knowing full well that until the audit's completed and the books are totally closed, that this money is not going to be set aside for any other purpose or any other goal till it's done.
Let's assess the risk.
So because we're dealing with public assistance grant monies through FEMA, yes, there will be a full audit. The audit will be handled by the Office of Inspector General, so the OIG will come out and make a visit to us. It could take anywhere to 1 to 5 years after the close of the entire grant program. So until all of the sub-projects that are under that grant that we're dealing with are done and closed out, the OIG won't come out and do that. It's going to take quite a while for us to kind of be out from underneath that umbrella, and the longer, like currently we're still waiting on environmental for the next phase of tree removal. So that's not really in our control. So as we continue to make progress and get this closed up, then the sooner we'll get the good or the bad news. I've said all along that documentation is really our responsibility as a county, and I do know that there were times where proper documentation didn't happen, and so I've said I've never been shy about stating this to the board and saying this publicly. There will be disallowances by the OIG. I would estimate it's probably going to be $1 million, if not a little bit more. That's just the reality. When the OIG comes out, and this was very clear.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Rebecca. $1 million is what you're estimating is going to be disallowed?
Yes.
And these are monies that we're trying to get reimbursed. So these are monies we've put out.
These are monies that we've
So
put
it just
out.
won't be a reimbursement.
They've already been reimbursed. So what happens is...
They were reimbursed already?
Yes. So what happens is we submit claims, and they don't really scrutinize the claims that we're necessarily submitting. They'll scrutinize every dollar that was claimed at the time that they do their audit. So at the time that they do their audit, they'll go through... we had a training that they came out, I don't remember when that was, but FEMA and Calaveras, in essence, came out and did a countywide training. Supervisor Mills, you may have been there. And from a fiscal component, you know, it's kind of interesting. In essence, the OIG comes out with a calculator and hits the minus button. That's what they do. They're not there to... they're there to basically hold us accountable for dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And we just had to be really, we had to acknowledge that. So that's part of the, it's going to be the frustration point when that happens, because if there wasn't proper documentation, if we can't find the time records, if we didn't do the proper federal procurement requirements, if we didn't take the pictures appropriately, if we didn't geotag every single tree that was removed, didn't document where the debris went, those are all going to be pain points. So until it happens, it's really hard to guesstimate. The $1 million is what I know for sure that is going to be a problem. Because they were activities that, while the board may have approved them, they weren't allowable under the terms of the grant program. So those are going to be an issue, and these are conversations I've had with the current CAO, the former CAO, the CAO before that. I've had these conversations with board members. And I've said all along, we really need to do a really good job at documenting. The good news is on the Tetra Tech contract, specifically, because that was such a large contract, and specifically with even adding GANDA to it, we did have Calaveras and FEMA actually review that contract, because That was important to ensure that they were on the same page with us on day one, because that is going to be that would be a huge exposure point for us if we went sideways on that. So for that, I'm comfortable with the Tetra Tech contract and the contracts related to the tree removal. The tree removal and the ash removal, we specifically had them review those contracts.
So let me continue down this road. This review is going to be a parcel-by-parcel review.
My understanding in talking to other counties that are having kind of a similar, specifically with ash removal and with tree removal, when the OAG comes out, they will actually look tree by tree, and they'll look at parcel by parcel, depending on which debris removal program you're talking about. So it could take quite a bit of time for them to go through that and document. Now, are they going to check every single tree and every single parcel, or are they going to do a sampling? I would guess it's probably going to be a sampling, but if they find any issues with their sample, then they'll continue to kind of widen their scope.
Before other supervisors weigh in, then I would definitely like to have, if it's necessary, a separate agenda item that this board can discuss setting aside funds in the future and having them already there and ready, so that we don't start spending down or considering them as part of a larger pool of optional funds for future budget years. It just needs to be set aside now and understood clearly.
So the board should be aware that when we were identifying costs associated with potential settlement funds and what we were putting on the table for settlement, part of that was this. So part of the 24 million, which now we have 20 million, consists of is actually expenditures that I did believe were going to be disallowed. So part of that is in that $20 million. So just be aware, it's not like you have to find, additional money somewhere else or make cuts somewhere else. That was what the intention of part of that $20 million was for.
Thank you, Chair.
Very good point. Supervisor Stopper.
This project's been passed around between multiple heads right now. I just want to point out that the ones that are running it now are cleaning up quite a bit, and none of this is any fault of the current project manager, right? The fact that things weren't documented properly in the past?
I am talking about on a countywide perspective with regards to utilizing public assistance funds.
Yes.
I think part of the issue that we've had historically is there has been a lack of countywide training. And so when the emergency happened, three-quarters of the people didn't know where the emergency operations plan were. The quarter that did know where the emergency operations plan was were not familiar with it. There had not been countywide training. There wasn't countywide established forms to fill out. And so when the emergency was happening and everyone is scrambling to ensure that the public is safe and that we're protecting everyone that's out there and our own staff, while I'm sitting there saying you need to take a moment and document, the responses that I got most of the time was, we're in an emergency, we don't have time for that. The problem is the fact that it was that large. We knew it was going to be a local disaster. We knew it was going to be a state disaster, and then very quickly it turned into a federal declaration. That isn't an excuse that the OAG will accept, and it's not an excuse that Cal OES will accept. So there's points of the grants that we're using that if you're going to accept the money, you have to accept the terms. And so that is a pain point that we have. And so that's something that, I've talked to Michelle with quite a bit, that we really need to ensure that we have all of that in place before it happens again, because it's not that we're never going to experience a disaster. Again, we're going to, and we continue to. So we have to make sure that all of the employees, department heads all the way down to line staff, are trained and educated and know where to get that information and know what they need to do if they're in that position.
That was a nice long answer to the point of the OES director is now putting a sustainable plan together that implements that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And when we're engaging with contractors, we're ensuring that the contractors have past experience and provable experience in dealing specifically with federal programs.
Supervisor Toffenali.
Yeah, that was kind of the point that I was going to get to is we submitted bills to get reimbursed for that came from, and I'm assuming not all of this is county activities, that some of the $1 million you're talking about was the documentation that we acquired from our contractors in order to bill. So none of that has to do, so we did not, if they submitted something that wasn't reimbursable, we didn't go through and check or ask for documentation, what they were billing us for before we paid them?
Contractor-wise, yes. And so everything they gave us was documented, and it was parceled out where it needed to be. And so we kind of had a myriad of reviews before it got to us to actually pay. I would say our biggest pain point is going to be on local expenditures related to everything from emergency protective measures to mutual aid information. It's going to be that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree, and I think this is a very good point, and something we need to consider when we have our disaster preparedness study session, as well as mid-year budget, to make sure we've got things in queue.
Yeah, and I would just say it's not, unfortunately, it's not uncommon to have a jurisdiction that is under a federal declaration. It's not uncommon for them to have disallowed expenses. It just unfortunately is, it happens. And while a lot of counties are now experiencing a lot more disasters, we're getting better at it, unfortunately. When you haven't had that experience and it's brand new, trying to respond correctly so that you're protecting your finances is not always the first thing on your mind. And so that can, in essence, bite us. So I think that is not all that uncommon with large counties, small counties. So it's just making sure we're taking that into consideration, because we will be getting a bill for that.
Thank you. Have another question, Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, just a point, and I know we've got a fire chief in the back of the room, and he understands clearly under the ICS system, you do not dispatch to an incident without an incident number. You've got to have, what's my order number? Where am I in this whole thing? And the next thing they do is they start filling out the paperwork. Who is it that's going on this call? What's the equipment that's involved? What's the expenses that are involved? And the paperwork is the very first thing that you do after you say, I'm acknowledging that I'm being dispatched. So we just need to be sure, and I'm sure Michelle is working very hard to get staff onto that mode of start your paperwork the moment you've been told to get involved. And it's the failure to do that that is creating some of these issues today.
Yep.
So I understand, and I appreciate Clay Hawkins. I speak to history here and the work that he did, but it seemed to have fallen into a black hole after he left. And hopefully we can resurrect that and not repeat it, because there is going to be another one. And if we all can understand the paper trail is so critical, then we won't be fighting the fight.
Which concludes to my point. I'm glad you're on it, Michelle. Thank you.
All right. See no other comments or questions from the board. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a further discussion or a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Item is moved by Supervisor Toffenali. Is there a
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We're going to take 5 minutes to let the next presenter set up their program. So we'll be returning here at 47.
Item 17 is from Economic Development to receive the 2017-18 annual report presentation by the Calaveras Visitors Bureau.
Hang on, let me go first. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Board, Kathy Galino, Economic Development. I have Ms. Lisa Bolton here today, who's the Executive Director of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. She's going to be giving her annual report. And with much ado, or without much ado, let's have Lisa start.
Honorable Board of Supervisors, Chairman Jack Garamendi and Vice Chair Marita Callaway, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to make our annual report here. This is a report for the 2017-18 fiscal year. We're in the middle of the 18-19 fiscal year. So we do have a little bit of updated information for this fiscal year as well included in this report. We will be giving out some materials later in the presentation, but I wanted to have your full attention on the presentation as we begin, if you wouldn't mind. So the regional marketing organizations, the High Sierra Visitors Council and the Gold Country Visitors Association, allow us to create regional marketing programs through a contract with Visit California with matching funds up to $60,000. Membership with the DMA West allows us to keep on top of the latest best practices for destination marketing organizations, not only from a marketing perspective, but also from an infrastructural and operational perspective. We attend 2 DMA West conferences per year, the Tech Conference and the Leadership Conference, which are both specifically dedicated to destination marketing organizations, which is what the CVB is. I'm calling Calaveras Visitors Bureau CVB. As you can see, the total spending for the 2017-18 fiscal year comprised TOT contributions from the City of Angels Camp, from the county, from partner businesses, advertising in the Calaveras Experience Guide, and from gift shop sales at the Visitors Center in downtown Angels Camp. So the bottom number there is actually the total spending, the budget for that for the 2017-18 fiscal year. These TOT stats show Visit California's which is the destination marketing organization for the state. They contract with Dean Runyon to provide tourism economic impact studies for each of Calaveras counties, California's counties and incorporated cities. Dean Runyon has worked for 25 years to assist with market research, planning and economic analysis for travel, tourism, recreation, and education projects with an emphasis on economic or market information for planning, marketing policy, evaluation, and design. Their projects range from the individual facility to event level to states and the nation. As you can see, the data shows $193 million in travel spending in Calaveras County, including Angels Camp, and this is broken down into the following industry sectors: food service, lodging, entertainment, and recreation, retail, transportation and gas, and groceries. This shows that tourism not only generates TOT taxes from lodging, but is also a significant generator of local sales tax. So now we have some statistics on the CVB's website. According to a 2017 DMA West sponsored study on the economic impact of DMO websites, like the Calaveras Visitors Bureau website, each new website visitor generates, on average, $37.13 on return on investment. In 2017, we launched our new mobile responsive site, created new multi-destination content, listings, wedding section, lodging bookings engine, and employed extensive SEO improvements, generating the following outstanding web results. Our web visits show that visitation to our website increased 29% from the previous fiscal year, and that we trend highest for the 25 to 44-year-old age range, and that we attract slightly higher numbers of females to males. We generated 287,922 sessions for the year, which translates into 789 unique visits per day. In the second half of 2018, which is not included in this chart, we generated 208,810 sessions, which translates into 1,144 unique visits per day, a further 45% increase. As you can see, the majority of our web visitors are using their mobile devices, which makes our switch to a mobile responsive site in the previous fiscal year essential. The bounce rate measures how many visitors come to the website and immediately bounced off, which is a bad sign. So a decrease of 76% in that rate shows a high increase in visitors engaging with the content. We launched a new online booking service completely free of charge to lodging partners in November 2017 with an initial count of 71 lodging properties represented and generated an estimated $36,633 in lodging revenue. We created 26 visitor blogs in the 2017-18 fiscal year with an average read of 1,461, making the CVB blog now one of the top performing media outlets for Calaveras County. Each blog, search engine optimized, is shared on Facebook and marketed to our approximately 10,000 newsletter subscribers and a monthly email. And just as a side note, we're currently running an online survey to measure the conversion rate of web users to actual destination visitors, and we should have that information within the next couple of months. So onto our social media marketing slide. With the average American spending upwards of 24 hours a day, that's me, 24 hours a week online, our integrated digital and social media marketing strategies allow us to meet our visitors where they are, which is online. For the 2017-18 fiscal year, we made 360 posts on Facebook, generating a 21% increase in Facebook fans and outstanding reach for our top performing posts, as you can see. Since this report, our Facebook fan base has increased to more than 50,000. The Experience Guide, which is the primary print collateral piece that we distribute for Calaveras County and is very comprehensive. Our printed travel planners continue to be a highly successful marketing tools for destination marketing organizations. A study completed in 2014 by the WACVB, which is now DMA West, showed that almost 70% of those requesting guides travel to the destination. ROI was calculated at $48 per guide due to increased spending and length of stay in destination. This 68-page, full-color magazine-quality Calaveras Experience Guide, which includes maps, business listings, itineraries, historic town tours, and destination articles, is fully funded by advertising partners, and we distribute 80,000 annually. So, as you know, we operate a visitor center in historic downtown Angels Camp, and although operating a visitor center is not an essential part of DMO function, it does allow us to monitor visitor interests and demographics, encourages longer stays, and we create custom itineraries and disseminate partner sales materials and collect important visitor data for Angels Camp. Visitors and online visitors can opt in to join our free VIP program. And this is something that we primarily fulfill through the visitor center. This offers discounts and incentives to patronize 24 lodging properties, 17 restaurants, 14 recreation attractions, 4 spa and fitness providers, 8 retail shops, 19 wineries, and 1 real estate agent. Signing up requires entering an email address to receive our newsletters so that we can do further marketing to those individuals. So we do track everybody that signs into our visitor guest book, and we have on average about 12% sign-in when people come into the visitor center. These people are going to skew to be most likely people from further afield. Local Calaveras people don't sign into our guest book. But it does give us interesting information on our visitors who come from far afield. Our top international guest book sign-ins were from Canada, UK, Germany, Australia, and France in that order. Top domestic were California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, Texas, Florida, Arizona, and Colorado. Email marketing. So we continue to exceed the industry average open rate of 15.55% or 53% for our visitor newsletters, which have an open rate of 24%. And our business partner newsletters, which serve our business partners, have an open rate of 45%. On to finding and leveraging top media stories. For the 2017-18 fiscal year, the CVB maintained an ongoing contract with TrendKite in 2017, a media aggregating service that we monitored at least monthly. When prices increased using that service, we were lucky to find a new, more cost-effective service and signed a contract with Meltwater in 2018, to be able to continue to receive that media aggregating service. These services enabled us to find and share top media stories on Calaveras County, leveraging the content to our audience, and just as importantly, gauging destination sentiment. And on this list here, you can see some of the top media stories that were found or generated by our own destination marketing. So advertising is an important part of what we do. Currently, our advertising partners include Sunset. We do print and newsletter sponsorship with ads for the Mark Twain Wild West Fest and seasonal attractions. We advertise in the California Visitors Guide. We do an annual Gold Country print and co-op ad with GCVA Partners, which is a 3-page spread. We get leads from those that we then send out our newsletters to. We have a contract with NPR with 3 local stations with monthly coverage highlighting events and attractions throughout the city and county. We have a TripAdvisor professional partnership featuring new content created in-house, including photos, videos, events, articles, and banner ads. We have a contract with Meta Media, which is search engine marketing keywords, driving visitors to relevant content at our website. And we have Facebook advertising. We do an ongoing advertising year-round and pay-per-click, driving visitors to our website and to more likes on our Facebook page. The picture at the top there is actually a FAM tour. That's a familiarization tour where we bring media experts, social media influencers and bloggers out to Calaveras County to have a first-hand experience. And this particular Canadian travel group we brought to the Calaveras Frog Jump, which was highly popular with them. They actually made it into the finals on their first day, but they couldn't be there for the second day, so it was very thrilling, and we got lots of coverage from them for that. So we customize each of our FAM tours with social media influencers, travel trade professionals, and we give a first-hand experience of Calaveras, strategically customized to the interests of the hosted individual or group. And these are the ones that we did in the 2017-18 fiscal year. So it's also really important to us to make sure that we are creating an environment of sustainable tourism in Calaveras County. That happens to be all of a sudden a very new and exciting thing for Visit California to hear about programs that are successful. And we launched ours in the last fiscal year, which was a little bit ahead of the curve. Our county-wide tourism sustainability program aims to reduce some of the potentially adverse impacts of tourism on Calaveras County's beautiful environment in 3 ways. We do online education. We actually do education within the visitor center as well. Through the distribution and disposal of our biodegradable packet out bags through a partnership with Cal Waste. We have several businesses throughout Calaveras County that are actually giving those out, especially sports outfitters. And they can bring them back to the visitor center and have them recycled or disposed of through that partnership with Cal Waste. We also established what we're calling hydration stations. Individual businesses can sign up to be a hydration station, which allows people to bring in their water bottles to get free fill-ups. So we're hoping to reduce the use of single-use plastics. And why do we need to do this? Well, we need to protect these environments so that we have a tourism industry to carry us through the next generations, and because sustainability attracts. 70% of visitors are looking for sustainable travel. And so if we're appealing to that demographic, we're appealing to the majority of people, and that's a good thing for destination marketing. So the Calaveras Visitors Bureau is also heavily involved in business and community support. We work closely with the business community to provide ongoing support, collaboration, and partnership opportunities. Our alliance with the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce and the Calaveras County Economic Development Department continues to strengthen and benefit the entire business community. We changed our bylaws last year to a partnership model to provide increased marketing support to tourism-related businesses while providing optimal marketing to the consumer market by promoting the best of Calaveras rather than limiting our messaging by covering only businesses investing financially in the CVB. And this works to make Calaveras a much more interesting and entertaining option for people when they know more about what there is to see and do. So additional publications that we produce, and we're going to be handing out some packets in a few minutes, and you will have examples of these. We do a holiday shopping guide, which we push out in the winter season, encouraging people to shop in our charming historic downtowns. We include every single town in Calaveras County, and we print those, and we also make them available online. We also push them out to every business that was featured in the holiday shopping guide so they can do additional marketing, and this will help to drive more business to their businesses as well. All right, so now, we just need to go to play, but it doesn't like my finger. It doesn't like mine. Okay. Feel. Sorry, everyone. I'm a Mac person, and this is a PC, so.
And I'm a lefty, so there we go.
Between the two of us. Let's see. So we also, one of the kind of cute things that we do that is really popular at travel trade shows is that we developed these wine bottle promos. I've given you an example in your packets each, and you can fight over who gets which one, because we actually have 10 varietals, but I just gave each of you one varietal. So each of these wine bottles on the front, it has a varietal that's very specific to Calaveras, one of the unusual varietals that we produce here. We have tasting notes right under it, and then we show each of the wineries that you can receive, that you can purchase that varietal at. On the back side is a recipe which incorporates that wine, which was formulated by a local chef at one of our local restaurants. This is like the most popular giveaway at our trade shows, and we're actually going to be updating those this year. What's that? What the heck? We can pass them out. We can pass them out now, and you can see. So what else do we have here? So we also attend several conferences. The DMA West Tech Conference, Tech Summit, is perfectly aligned to destination marketing technology. So we keep at the forefront of all of the best marketing practices that we can possibly be doing from a tech standpoint and from a DMO standpoint, which is essential. The DMA West Leadership Summit is where we meet with other destination marketing organizations and their leadership, and we problem solve together, and we talk about issues that we have in our own communities and what other DMOs have found really works successfully in their area, which is highly important. And I meant to mention that I am moving back to the UK in July, so this position that I'm in right now as the executive director is available for, I think we're accepting applications through March 29th, And this leadership summit is one of the most important things they'd be able to attend. I'll be training this person for the whole of June, so we will hopefully have a very smooth transition, but I will absolutely be recommended that they attend the leadership summit. That was so essential for me when I first came on board in this position. We also attend the Central Sierra Economic Development Summit and the California Outlook Forum, which is where Visit California tells us all about their upcoming programs. They also provide really great information on tourism trends, demographics and psychographics, and how international marketing is going if we decide to tap into those international markets, which we have done with some of our partners. So I'm going to play a video here. This is actually the result of one of our partnerships with the Gold Country Visitors Association, one of those matching fund projects. We actually didn't have to invest anything in this video that was created by Visit California because we were selected as the county to represent Gold Country. What they've done is create a video with some of their digital influencers, and then this is linked to their website, pushed out through their newsletters. And it also has created, on their website, they've created an entire itinerary of things to do when you are coming to visit Calaveras Big Trees State Park. And it links through to all of those individual businesses too. Let me see if I can do this. Which one do I press, Kathy? Sorry. I don't know. Try this one. This would be a real shame if we can't show it to you. I know it did. So we tested it this morning. We tested it and it worked. So sorry about this. I am a techie, but not on PCs, so I really apologize. Oh, there we go. That was it. All right, here you go.
Check the glasses. Get his one.
Ah!
It went away.
Try again.
No.
It's on YouTube. What am I going to do?
It's embedded.
Well, if we don't make this work, I can email you the link and you can play it. But it's very cool, and it's an investment that Visit California made in Gold Country, because Visit California in the last several years has been doing a really good job of helping to promote the gateway communities and the rural communities. And part of the reason for that is because we've been very active in the Gold Country Visitors Association and the High Sierra Visitors Council, and we've been getting in front of Visit California as much as possible to really push these experiences. So this slide here gives you an idea of the marketing that we do for an event. So you've got your Capital Public Radio advertising going on 3 stations. And this is for just one event. So we do this for multiple of most of the biggest events. And then we do like a partial marketing plan, not quite this in-depth for some of the other events that we have too. So we created promotional Facebook posts. We got 51,000 people reached. You can see all the data on there. We did a Sunset Magazine newsletter takeover. So that means we're the only sponsors on their newsletter, and people click through to the event on our website. We did a Facebook ad campaign. We did a musical slideshow. We actually used music from guests that would be playing at the Mark Twain Wild West Fest as a backdrop for that. We did a dedicated blog with 193 unique visits. We had a dedicated web page with 1,500 unique visits, and we did also event photography. In fact, we've been doing more and more event photography. We've been trying to get out into the community to visit most of the events so that we can get great photography for the next year. So one of the other things that we do is we recognize tourism innovation in Calaveras County. We've been doing it for more than 12 years now. You can see all of the winners for the grand prize winners over the last several years. Before I came on with the CVB, we just had one winner per year, and now we have winners in multiple categories, including the grand prize winner. For this next fiscal year, we're introducing a sustainable category. So besides the weddings, events, recreation, retail, attraction categories, we are adding sustainability, and people will be letting us know what kinds of sustainability initiatives that they have launched in their business. And this all gets voted on by the business partners of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, which is anybody that's connected to the tourism industry. And we also push that voting opportunity out to the Board of Supervisors and to City Council and to other important people in the community. So this is your little CVB marketing team. Two on the right here, me and Cadence. We're the only full-time people. One person that we're not able to picture there is our calendar manager, Judy. She works 10 hours per week out of Washington State. She used to do visitor services for us in the visitor center in downtown Angels Camp. And when she moved to Washington, we asked her if she would continue doing managing our calendar. To think that you have somebody working 10 hours per week just on updating the calendar, that just shows you how much activity there is in Calaveras County, how many amazing opportunities there are for attracting the visiting public, and how important it is to have that very comprehensive calendar. And we really limit it to any event that would be of interest to the visiting public. We don't include all of the community events on there simply because it would bog down the information for the visitor and would be less effective. And so that's the end of the slideshow. And in your packets there, if I can describe what you have. So you have a copy of the Calaveras Experience Guide. You have a copy of one of your wine bottle promos. I actually put in here the 2018 Holiday Shopping Guide, so you can see how comprehensive that is and how it covers every community in Calaveras County. We actually make this available digitally as well, so we printed and distributed 2,000 of them within the county, but we also pushed this out in our social media marketing, in our email campaigns, and it was downloaded digitally as well. And then the final item that you have is this entire printed report here. There's a little bit more detail in here than I went through in the presentation. And I also gave you a Hop Lightly Pack It Out sticker that I hope you'll use. You can just pull it off your binder right here and then stick it on your computer or anywhere you want to show that you care about sustainability in Calaveras County.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any questions from the board?
I'll go first. One is board member of the Wine Alliance and on the advisory board of Big Trees Association. I really appreciate the partnerships that you do with both organizations. What I'm interested in, Lisa's, well, one, I just have to say, the Visitors Bureau, I remember when there was a breakup between the Chamber and the Visitors Bureau. In fact, I think Kathy Zancanella and Sandy lives in Moke Hill, married to a man who divorced a woman who does the grape syrup. Lived here a long time. Anyway, yeah, I know. Sandy Lima and Kathy Z were really big proponents of starting the Visitors Bureau and getting going.
Right.
And from where you were then to seeing the sophistication of where the Visitors Bureau is now, and the return on investment that the county and your partners get, I think speaks a whole lot to to your board and to your executive directors, current and past. So I appreciate that, but I'm not letting you off the hook with just a kudo. I want to know, how do we compare with other Gold Country counties on what we're doing, because we are competing for the same audience? Thank you.
We are. We each come up with our own different marketing strategies. Calaveras County currently is very digitally oriented compared to Amador's, which is with more traditional print publications. So I feel like we are utilizing more high-tech and best industry practices than some of the other counties. We also receive less than half of the funding of Tuolumne County, and yet our web visits are much higher than theirs. I think the Facebook followers right now are at 30,000 and ours are over 50,000. So on the limited budget that we have, I feel like we are really hitting it out of the park.
Thank you.
You brought up earlier you're working on a study of conversion of Facebook statistics to actual visits to the county. This is crucial to actually show your success, because my experience with marketing and Facebook, I went to a few classes through my campaign, and just because I had 5 times as many likes as on my page as my opponent didn't mean I had 85% of the vote. So you know, you could have 50,000 likes just because people like clicking likes. So that, I mean, that conversion and that statistic is crucial in showing your success through the Facebook page.
So actually, our conversion study is on the website. It's not on Facebook. So one of the ways that you can see with with Facebook is the engagement rate. We have very high engagement rates too. It's not just how many people click. We've had marketing experts come in and want to do Facebook for us, but when they see our conversion rates, they realize they can't beat those. So our engagement rates are actually the indicator that we are doing really well on Facebook.
Okay, good. Another thing, going through here, you know, there's some brief sections, but this is primarily geared towards the Highway 4 corridor. And the Highway 4 corridor, I understand, is more geared to tourism as a whole. I mean, you know, all the way from Copperopolis up to Bear Valley. But I know this has been brought up before. I would like to see more of our lakes. We have Hogan, Pardee, Comanche. Now, we don't necessarily see a TOT revenue from the campgrounds, but we have many other restaurants and everything else that convert into revenue for the county and everything else. I would love to see more gearing towards that, and also the rest of the west side of the county also, because the McCalmy River, and I visit McCalmy Hill all the time. I'm sure Jack's district would love to see that. I mean, McCalmy Hill is a beautiful small town, and they do have a hotel there.
So just to respond to that, so this particular publication that you have there is partner invested. So it's actually paid for by everybody that's listed in there. So there is going to be a little bit of limit on which areas it covers simply because of that. It's not that particular piece is not TOT funded. However, what we did do when we created our website is that we created these really rich content sections on what we're calling the Tri-Lakes area. And we have a section on the McCalmy Coast to Crest Trail. So in our social media marketing and online, we are very conscious of the fact that we want to assist with more recreational opportunities and letting people know about what's out there. We do a really good job of covering across the board. But just on this piece, because it is business partners who invest in it, and that's how that piece is funded.
I did see the website this week, and I got on there to double check, because I know we had this, or not me necessarily, because I wasn't here last year, but this conversation came up on the Tri-Lakes area last year, and I noticed that you've taken many steps on your website to insert the lakes and everything on our west side of the county. I just would like to gear up tourism because the Highway 4 corridor is not the only way into the county, and we have a lot of other good aspects in the west side of the county, and I don't want those to be left off or forgotten.
I completely agree. I actually was just having a meeting with a potential outfitter for doing guided tours yesterday, and I was highly recommending the Tri-Lakes area. He's going to be looking into that. So another thing that we did in the guide, since we don't have those listings, is we made sure to include lots of photography from the west side of the county. And actually, our new guide is at the printer right now, so you'll see an increase in that for the west side of the county. We made a concerted effort to do that this year, so I hope you'll be happy with it. And I'd love to hear from you to know if we've helped on that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Your budget last year, $429,000. With the recent passage of the increase in the TOT, have you determined yet what that impact's going to be to your budget for this fiscal year?
So if we continue to receive the 25%, then it's going to double the portion from TOT from the county. But the $429 was not the actual, that was our budget. So we had some projects that we didn't complete in the previous fiscal year that we pulled into this fiscal year, so we had additional dollars in there. So I don't know what the actual numbers will look like for the upcoming fiscal year. But because we had held on to some project money and pulled it into this last fiscal year, there might not be a huge difference as far as what our budget is, but what our income is will definitely be increasing from the county if we continue to receive the 25% that we received last year.
So you're planning a mid-year budget adjustment then to accommodate that increase in funds?
Well, it hasn't really, it's only just started to kick in. So we're already past the mid-year budget point. So I think what we'll do is we'll take whatever additional revenues come in and we'll apportion them to the next fiscal year. Fortunately, we were eventually able to discover how to do this from our accounting service. So we can do an unrestricted fund line item so we can pull those dollars into the next fiscal year. And just so you know, we are fully audited on uneven. Wait a second. We just did a financial review for 2018, and this year for 2019 we'll be doing a full audit with Wheeler and Egger, and so we have good financial oversight. We also have a separate accounting service with Tribble and Ayala, who create all of our financial reports for us. So we have, I just wanted to let you know that we have that going on too.
The next point is that the Bureau of Reclamation in New Maloney's is like the big gorilla in the room, so to speak, when it comes to recreation and tourism and draw. And we're working very closely with them through the Visitors Bureau to ensure that their exposure is as we need it to be. Have they experienced have you gotten any feedback from them on the visitor use days and how that your advertising is impacting or benefiting them?
We haven't heard directly from them. We do have concerns that Natural Bridges, for instance, is being over-trafficked. That's why that's part of the reason that we started this sustainable tourism program. Anytime we talk about these beautiful outdoor areas that potentially could have negative impact, we make sure to include that information and a link through to our Hoplitely page so people can become better educated on how to behave. But I'm also hopeful that if we have some outfitters who are doing guided hikes, the mere fact that you've got experts on the trails will help to maybe flush out some of the less desirable people that have sometimes been frequenting some of these recreational areas and creating damage. So if those start to come through more frequently, and you have guides that are really caring about the environment and talking about conservation and culture and the natural environment and geology, that will start to have a positive impact as well.
Just so the public's aware, we are working on that issue about natural bridges, and I did get a confirmation yesterday that the Congressman's office is continuing a discussion with the regional director of the Bureau of Reclamation to bring to a quick resolution their issues with the natural bridges and how it's being supported. We certainly don't want that resource to be damaged.
No.
And they're going to do everything they can from a federal side to ensure that it is protected.
Excellent.
So I would hope that we would just keep that on the list, keep promoting it.
Right.
Don't change our strategy at all, and let's just work it out amongst the various partners of how we're going to make it better accessible for everybody.
Good.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Supervisor Mills, you're done? Yes. Lisa?
Yes.
This will be the last annual presentation you'll be making to this board?
Yes, it will be.
Yes. I want to thank you so much for the work you've done over the years as assistant, and then when you took over the CEO position. You've done outstanding work over the course of the years, so thank you, and I wish you well. Is there an official date that you're leaving?
I am leaving at the beginning of July. I don't have an actual date.
You don't have an actual date?
No.
Well, it'll be very difficult, whoever takes over, to fill your shoes. You've done an outstanding job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. I mean, if any place that you could hope to be promoting as a destination, Calaveras is amazing. I've had the most wonderful time working here.
And you're headed home.
I'm headed home.
You're headed home. Well, good for you.
Thank you.
Yes. And again, thank you for the work you've done here in Calaveras.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you very much, Lisa. This is an informational item, but is there any public comment?
Good morning, Stacy Johnston, Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. I want to echo Gary's comment, Supervisor Toffenelli's comments. 4.5 years ago, when I came into my position as the CEO of the Chamber, I didn't know the relationship between the Visitors Bureau and the Chamber. Didn't know we had one. There was non-existent. And so very quickly met with Lisa within 2 weeks and began to cultivate this relationship between two organizations that need very strongly to be involved with each other, both representing the greater health of this county. And so it has been a pleasure working with you, Lisa, and I know I've had tears when she announced her intent to go home. While I completely understand it and support it 100%, there will be big shoes to fill here. And I appreciate your passion for Calaveras County. And as we've talked about before, people may not always see eye to eye. We're not supposed to, but we're able to do so respectfully, and great things come out of those relationships. So I thank you for the work that you've done. It's amazing, and I wish you all the best luck.
Thank you, Stacy.
Al, you were going to say something?
Al Sagala, Taxpayer Association, and Director in CABA, which is the Copperopolis Area Business Association. Lisa, we are sorry to see you go. You're starting to lose your English accent, so you have to renew it. And you've done wonders for our county. There's a few things that are going on. It's kind of exciting. In the Copperopolis area, the new Copperopolis Town Square, its business plan was to have more residential and to have that balance between commercial and residential. But there's been kind of a damper put on that in that area in favor of agriculture. So there's been a change in ownership, and the new ownership is more interested in tapping into visitors and tourism to maybe create alliances with businesses, particularly tourist businesses like the caves and gold mines, that could have a presence in the town square. But when you start thinking about that, gee, this is a wonderful opportunity for another branch of the Visitors Bureau, because it would be total harmony And the CABA and also Taxpayer Association would like to see more prosperity in the Copperopolis area. And so just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Neil?
I'd like to say thank you for the presentation and all the good work that you've done. I know the Visitors Bureau is very important to this community, and to support what Supervisor Stopper said, there are a large group of organic farmers in the western part of the county that also could benefit greatly from support that you give to the local industry, and agritourism could be a great addition to the overall economy, and would, not to beat a dying industry, but it would be really helpful if we could all find a way to get together and make that happen. Thank you.
We are actually working on an agritourism intensive right now in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Department of Calaveras. There is a new session coming up on March. Oh, you're right, it's tomorrow. And that will be taking place at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds in Angels Camp. I think it's only $20 to attend, so you're welcome to attend if you'd like to.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Appreciate it. Okay, if there's no further questions from the board, I'd like to thank the Visitors Bureau very much for their work and for attending today and bringing us up to date. And we will take a 15-minute break to set up for the next phase of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item 18 is from the Administrative Office to ratify award of bid number 18-1000-04-968 for tree mortality mitigation services to Danvers Construction Services Incorporated of Clovis, California, and ratify the County Administrative Officer's execution of an agreement for services in the amount not to exceed $270,000 for project areas 4A and 7A, and authorize the County Administrative Officer Purchasing Agent to execute any amendments necessary to extend the term of the agreement through June 30th, 2019 in order to complete the required work.
Bonnie?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich, Administration. The board will recall on April 10th of 2018, the Administrative Office came to the board and introduced the first update from our contracted project manager, TSS, who is responsible for managing the tree mortality removal program. Within that particular agenda item, which set the framework for the monthly updates that the board received, there was specific action delegated to the CAO to award any bids and execute any subsequent contracts for tree mortality, tree removal services, not to exceed $250,000. We have issued, I think we're up to about 14 bids right now. A good portion of those have all been under $250,000. We've even, in some instances, combined project areas within bids in order to expedite the process. This item comes before you literally as an oops. In August of 18, we issued a bid for tree removal services for 2 defined project areas. When we issue those bids and receive the bids and evaluate them, we make an award based on the total bid amount of a defined project area. Within each project, there are also additional trees that are not identified at the time of bid issuance. In reviewing another bid that recently came across our desk, it raised a red flag We have another contract that will be coming to the board for award, whereby the contract is more than $250,000. In this particular case, that is exactly what happened. We received bids, we evaluated it. The amounts based on our evaluated totals was less than $250,000. It didn't raise any red flags when we asked the consultant to give us the not to exceed amount of what the contract should be based on their estimate of the additional trees to be felled. It went over $250,000. It was simply just an administrative oversight. The contract made its way through our entire internal review and approval. And in terms of this particular project, 4A is not complete. The majority of that project is now under snow. We will need to issue an amendment to extend the term to the end of the fiscal year. Once the snow melts, we will have the contractor finish the work on that project. 7A has been completed, and partial payment has been made under the contract. One of the things that we're doing now to prevent this from happening in the future is at the time we open the bids and evaluate, we are then reaching out to the consultant at that time, our consulting project manager at that time, to give us an estimated total for the additional trees that need to be felled, so that we know at that time what the total not to exceed of the amount of the contract is, and in which case we would then bring back the bid award to the board for award, approval and award. But we will have one more coming to the board. I would like to get it on for the 19th, but that's a study session date, so likely not going to be until the last meeting in March. So this asks your board to ratify the CAO's signature on the bid award and the resulting contract.
Mr. Mills?
Thank you. So your one more you're talking about is a possible one more amendment?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you thinking this, there might be an amendment to this contract or this agreement at all?
This particular one, yes. Typically, when we issue the contracts, we issue the contracts with a performance period of 45 or 60 days from the date of the notice to proceed that is issued. That is a process that works well. However, we had a healthy winter, and a portion of Project 4A ended up being covered in snow up at the higher elevations, and so they were not able to complete the work. So I need to issue an amendment to just extend the term only, nothing else, so that they can complete the project once the snow melts.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to be sure we're not talking about subsequent amendments and adjustments and that kind of things. And your confidence is pretty high that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there further discussion or a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Item is moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item 19 is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors to assign members of the Board of Supervisors as representative and the alternate for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy and the Mountain Counties Air Basin Boards for 2019. So at the beginning of the year, when we made our initial assignments for the board, these were two groups that we were under the impression that we didn't need to assign a representative or an alternate either for whatever reason. We weren't a voting member at that point this year, or the board was not, we didn't know that the board was actually meeting. So subsequently we have found out we do need to have representatives. So for each of these, I will need one board member representative and one alternate.
Madam Clerk, if I can ask a quick question. Why do we need the Sierra Nevada Conservancy? I'm pretty sure you've explained this to me before, but Sierra Nevada Conservancy is with a different county. Different county has an alternate set up for that already. So this is an alternate to the alternate?
My understanding is that the member counties are required to have a representative, and that it's not necessarily an alternate to an alternate, but it's that someone is there in the event, one of the reasons being that if someone is there in the event that someone can't continue their term and another county needs to be named to pick up.
Is that in the bylaws? Because we never...
They
I
said it's
served
in
on that-
government code,
They said it's in
in
government.
public resources code.
Because if, for example, right now it's in Tuolumne County, and then it would go back to Amador County, so they're, I believe, next in line, or somebody else, not Calaveras is not next in line. So if it
You
fell-
don't have to make an appointment. They have requested that you do. So if you don't wish to make one, that's totally your choice.
Well, I just think, someone's going to get to file an extra 700 form, and...
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to weigh in on this. I was up in Auburn with Sierra Nevada Conservancy here last week. Had a chance to meet their new executive officer. Her regional staffer had reached out to me for a meeting in March to continue a discussion I had started up there regarding their role with watersheds and what they do, which is they do very well. So I would like to, if we're going to appoint a member, I would certainly like to be that member and continue that conversation with them. I'm working with Amador County Water and some of the members in the Tuolumne Water regarding watershed issues. So it fits very well to have somebody there. Also, since we do rotate, that doesn't mean that we don't have conversations with our selected representative to the SNC, and we need to be able to have that input to be able to get our message into that conversation as well, so it's not just a county being represented individually. So working on a regional basis, we would still talk to Sherry Brennan, who is the appointed at this point, and I do have a good working relationship with Supervisor Brennan.
Supervisor Callaway, you had your light on, no comment? Is there anybody else who's interested? Supervisor
No,
Toffenali.
I'll move that Supervisor Mills for the Sierra Nevada Conservancy be our representative.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
We need an alternate. Oh, we're not required.
Let's don't.
Supervisor
I
Toffenali
did.
made a motion to appoint Supervisor Mills.
We generally like to have an alternate in the event that the person who's the representative can't make the meeting and would like someone else to sit in their place.
So we want to
I'll
alternate
revise
the
my,
alternates
I'll
alternate.
revise my motion that we appoint Supervisor Mills as the representative and Supervisor Callaway as the alternates.
I used to be on their board.
Yeah.
I know you did.
So really, we're an alternate of an alternate. I mean, there's
No,
nothing stopping.
Maria, you're the alternate to the alternate.
I mean, there's nothing stopping Dennis from doing what he's doing.
No, there
I mean,
isn't.
Ben's going to join 4 policy committees at CSAC.
So, okay, is there,
I'll second Gary's move. And I have not committed to 4 policy meetings, Marita.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion from Supervisor Toffenali to have Supervisor Mills serve as the alternate and Supervisor Callaway serve as the alternate's alternate. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none?
So I would just like to clarify that you are appointing a representative and an alternate to our county's representative. That is correct? That's what the motion is?
We are appointing an alternate as outlined here in this agenda item. So we have a second, we have a motion and by Supervisor Toffenali, a second by Supervisor Stopper. Public comment, seeing no public comment, I'll bring that item back. And we're breaking this into 2 pieces.
Yes.
Bring that item back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. The second item is the Mountain County's Air Basin. Congratulations, you. And the Mountain County's Air Basin Board? Is there any background on that? or?
It's not active at this time, is it?
My understanding is that they have requested that you appoint a representative and an alternate, as we have done for many, many, many years, whether they were active or not.
All right, is anybody interested in serving on this board?
Do you want me to appoint
I'm
somebody?
okay with
No,
uncomfortable
no,
silence.
I'm at, since most of the burning occurs in the Ebbets Pass corridor, I'll go on Mountain County's Air Resources Board, if and when they meet.
You want me to be your alternate?
And Mr. Mills will be the alternate.
Okay, we have is there a motion for that?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Tofinelli moves that Supervisor Callaway will be the delegate and Supervisor Mills will be the alternate.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. We already have a motion, we have public comment. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item 20 is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors to appoint applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. The applications that you have before you today are one vacancy on the County Service Area 12 Golden Hills Road Advisory Committee. It's for a term expiring 12/31/22. We have an application from Daniel Young, who is the incumbent. The next we have is a vacancy on the Children and Families Commission, First 5, for a vacancy expiring 12/31/21 for the Public Health Officer. You have an application from Colleen Rodriguez, who is the incumbent. And last, you have a vacancy on the Law Library Board of Trustees for a vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/19 for an attorney, and you have an application from Sarah Decay, who is the incumbent.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to doing these all with one motion? Very well. Any questions or discussions from the board? No. Is there public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion or motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper,
Second.
second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Okay, so the next item, item 21, is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors to receive a report of the clerk's review of the Airport Land Use Committee and the Agriculture Advisory Committee. So as part of the annual review that was requested last year, these are a few of the last ones. The Airport Land Use Committee was established by Public Utilities Code for most county airports. Its purpose is to promote the overall goals and objective of the California Airport Noise Standards adopted pursuant to a section of the Public Utilities Code. We have 7 members, 2 representing cities in the county, 2 representing the county, the Board of Supervisors, 2 with expertise in aviation, and 1 representing the general public. In the last 8 years, since I have been here, this group has never met, and there have never been appointments made. However, my understanding is that we are required to have it by code, and the airport manager appears to be the contact or the coordinator for this group. So I don't recommend any changes. I would guess at some point we would actually appoint people to it, but I don't know. The Ag Advisory Committee is also established by government code, and its duties include reviewing the proposed creation and modification or dissolution of agricultural preserves and the yearly production of ag preserves, making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors on these matters. Its membership is comprised of 1 member from each district with a knowledge of the ag industry within the county. The terms are 4 years in length, and members may be appointed for an unlimited amount of terms. The Ag Commissioner is the staff contact for this group. The group meets as needed, and in the past 2 years has met annually. Their members are eligible to receive compensation for travel to and from committee meetings. However, currently only one member chooses to receive compensation. The clerk's recommendation is that to leave the committee as it is, but they do not have any adopted bylaws, and we have been trying to get all groups to adopt bylaws to assist their members in the conducting of their business. So that would be my only recommendation, is that the group adopt bylaws.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any discussion from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, have we reached out to Kathy as to whether or not the airport, she feels that there's a need for this commission?
Every year. Every year I've reached out, and I've been told that they're not meeting right now, so we don't need to do anything. I don't need to worry about it.
Well, should they need to do something, I would be more than happy to serve on it as a pilot. It's a piece of the world, so to speak. But if there is no reason to, I see no need. You know, if we get into some land use issues regarding the airport, then it may have some value, but right now I don't see the value.
Right, and so should that need arise, what we would need to do is advertise for vacancies in the newspaper, have an application period, and then applications would come to the board for consideration.
Other questions from the board? This is an information item only, so is there public comment? Al?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We might consider requesting that the state modify these requirements to allow the counties to voluntarily form these committees if they wish to, and if they don't, not be required to. And perhaps we can reach out to RC, and CSAC to lobby with other counties that may have similar problems, and thus approach the legislature to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, but there's no action here, so thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
The administrative office has asked that we take a 5-minute break so they can set up for their presentation of the next item.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Now is the day and time that we scheduled for the mid-year budget report. Before I get into the actual report, I just wanted to make an anecdotal comment. I noticed that last...
You have to have it facing you in.
Really?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make a comment that I noticed that the last 3 or 4 years, you've received a different format in the presentation of the mid-year report. I made a report 2 years ago, and then Mr. Lutz made a report last year. I liked his a lot better than mine, so I'm using his format, and hopefully in future years, so that the board doesn't have to adjust and adapt to the way the CAO decides to make the report. Hopefully this will be a format that they can use in the future. Going on to the next slide. Our intent this morning is to present to you a summary of the expenditures as of December 31st last year. Present to you a summary of the revenues as of December 31st, provide you with a mid-year summary toward the end, and then provide for discussion and consideration of the various recommendations. I am happy to respond to any questions at whatever point you would like to ask those, but I'm hoping that I will have answered most of your questions before I get to the end. But again, if you want to interrupt, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I mean, provide your comments at any point. I'm happy to try to respond to that. Going on to the summary of the expenditures. As indicated in the chart that's in your package, the driving force of this, and virtually all budgets, county budgets, are comprised of two primary components. First, the salaries and benefits, which in our case are coming in at about 42% of the budgeted amount, and represents about $14 million as of last December 31st. Secondly, we provide you with we include in the budget the services and supplies. In this case, we have those coming in, the expenditures have come in at about 28.2%. This amount is low. However, compared to those years, those budgets that have been presented to you prior to the disaster and the cannabis revenues and expenditures, is closer to it being in line with those earlier budgets. This is a different year because we do not have the cannabis and the disasters are winding down, so there's fewer revenues and fewer expenditures related to those type of activities. However, I also wanted to bring out that if we were to not consider the appropriation for contingencies, which was $3.7 million, that amount, instead of being 28%, would be closer to about 36%. Excuse me. So again, the point I'm trying to make is that this budget looks a lot more like earlier budgets and less like the budgets of the last 3 years. The next chart is just a pictorial perspective of the same numbers. I'm somewhat graphically oriented, so I like to see what things look like in comparison to each other, and I think a pie chart does a really good job of showing that. The numbers and the percentages in this pie chart are the same numbers that you saw in chart 1, but it does, bring out the comparison relatively to the entire budget. And you can see that the blue and the reddish, burnt orange, whatever color that is, are clearly the vast majority of the expenditures this year. Going back to the salaries and benefits, which is the largest expenditure, we have spent, again, $14.1 million, 42% of our budget has been on that, which is significantly less than what's budgeted, but I want to point out there are a lot of reasons for that. One is when new budgets include new personnel, it takes several months to bring people in, so those expenditures wouldn't occur. And then we always have the normal turnover of 3 to 5% per year. So when we have vacant positions, obviously we won't be expending money on those positions, even though the positions are available. Again, the service and supplies coming in at 28% is really less than what we would expect. There have been a big part of that lower expenditure is because the amounts being spent on consultants and other professional services has been less. Again, much of the previous budgets, and I believe the reason that we had higher amounts included in the budget is because there was an expectation that there would be some continuation of those services. We've been fortunate that we have not had to have all of those expenditures, and we are not by any means suggesting that we go out and start spending the balance, the remaining amount. But it will, as the year goes by, that 28% will probably be much higher on a percentage basis as well as a dollar basis. But we just have not spent it because there has not been a need. Continuing with the expenditure focus, the next item deals with salary savings. Because of those vacant positions, we are at this point, if the exact numbers were to be duplicated in the second half of the year, we would have a salary savings of $1.8 million toward the end of the year. However, that will not happen. There have been a number of changes, particularly in the sheriff's office, that will affect that. So we expect that the end of the year savings will be closer to $1.4 million. And again, part of that is also because of the timing of the vacant positions. One of the concerns remains with the overtime cost. Over the last several years, we have been increasing the overtime cost in our budget, but even with those increases, we continue to have overages in the actual amount spent. In this particular case, as you can see on the chart, we are at nearly 70% of budget midway through the year. A big part of that overtime, the vast majority actually of that overtime is in the sheriff's budget. The sheriff has been understaffed most of the year. My discussions with him several weeks ago is that they have made a number of adjustments and they do not expect that overtime to continue at the same trajectory as it has the first 6 months. So we believe that at the end of the year that overtime costs will be significantly less than a doubling of the $867,000 that we have spent this year. The overtime cost, again, is primarily in the sheriff's office. The next budget that is affected, that has a significant effect on overtime, has been in IT. Their overtime costs have been $8,000 as compared to the sheriff's office of $839,000. The IT is $8,000. All of the other departments put together are about $20,000. So again, the focus has to be on ways to better manage our overtime in the sheriff's office. I've had many discussions with him on this, and I'm convinced that the changes that they'll be making, I'll be talking about some of those changes later on, will bring down those overtime costs significantly before the end of the year. Going on then to the budgeted versus the actual revenues. As we look into the revenues received by the county, as of December 31st, we have received just over $22 million. We have budgeted $62 million. So we are at about 36% of expenditures, revenues received as compared to revenues expected. On a percentage basis, however, the revenues are coming in just slightly above the expenditures. Expenditures, as I mentioned earlier, is at 34.6. Revenues is at about 36. However, in actual dollar amounts, because they're the different numbers in actual dollar amounts, the expenditures are less than the anticipated revenues. And again, we don't expect those expenditures to continue at the same level. So, and I'll make the summary of that later on in the presentation. The obvious disparities in the revenues come from state and federal funds. As we have less and less activity dealing with the disasters that we've had over the last 3+ years, we are clearly receiving less revenues as reimbursements from state and federal sources, and expect that to continue to dwindle the rest of this year and into next year as well. Another major component of the reduction in revenues deals with cannabis. At midpoint last year, we were at about $4.6 million in revenues as a direct result of the ban. That amount that has been collected this year is $205,000. In addition, when Mr. Lutz made his presentation last year, he noted that revenues were still coming in from Measure C, and at the time of delivery of the mid-year budget, last, I think was the 27th last year, 27th of February, there were over $7 million in cannabis revenue that was received, and this year again we are at $205,000. That $205,000, which was expected to be $660, was primarily coming from dispensaries, and the implication is that the dispensaries are not operating at the same level as they were in previous years. And that's why we're expecting less, but we have received even less than the expectations that we had. Another item on that list is for fines and forfeitures. It's relatively small compared to the overall budget, but I wanted to point out that it's our expectation that we will be close to budget at the end of the year. Those revenues are just coming in slowly, but they are coming in, and we're probably very close to the actual amount, in spite of the fact that we are, I believe, at 2.5% this year. Going on to the general fund.
Excuse me, was that due to the shutdown? Some of it?
Supervisor Tofanelli, I don't know that. Your question suggests to me that it probably was, and I think that was. I did not delve into that to get that specific information, but the revenues have been coming in, but in previous years they come in slowly and then come in
towards the
significantly
end.
more toward the end of the fiscal year. Going on to the next chart, just wanted to make some points with you. First is that the general fund is at about 36.1% of budgeted revenues. The overall funds, we are, I probably should have mentioned at the beginning, but we are focusing on the general fund, those monies that you have more discretion over. But when you include all the non-general fund budgets, we are at about 40.6% of the budgeted revenue, relatively close to mid-year projections. Our revenue collection is going to continue to be relatively strong. And as I mentioned earlier, historically, if you don't include the last 2-3 years as a result of disasters and cannabis, the funding amounts and percentages are much closer to the historical collection cycles that we've had in the past. Again, many of our collections will occur in the last half of the fiscal year. The next thing I wanted to focus on is under the revenue focus, deals with the property taxes, the taxes in total. We have received $6.5 million in property taxes, which is actually higher percentage-wise and dollar-wise than we had for last year. So that's a very strong indicator that that the assessments and the payments are catching up significantly and will have a major impact on your future budgets. Again, historically, revenue from property tax and sales tax comprises a vast majority of your actual revenues. Tacking onto that is a sales and use tax that is at $1.7 million this year. That's 17% of that total pie chart that I was referring to that we had up there on the chart earlier. So sales and use tax are compared to the overall budget is a significant part. The actual dollar amount of $1.7 million is slightly above what we have experienced in the past when you omit the cannabis revenues that we've had recently. Wanted to talk a little bit about TOT. We are currently at about 52%, 53% of the budget amount. The actual dollar amount is $395,000, which is significantly more than it was a year ago. It was, even though it's significantly more, it was estimated conservatively. We had no idea. We did not know where the Measure G would pass. Obviously it did, and the revenues the percentage was increased from 6 to 12% effective on December 14th. So there's very little of the increase reflected in that amount of $395,000. That's pretty much based on the 6%. We expect to have about 147% at the end of the year because we have doubled, but we only have roughly one half of the year, so we should get about 147% of the TOT tax. As the board is well aware, that money has been designated for use by four agencies: the Public Works Department, the Visitors Bureau, the fire departments, and I forgot what the fourth one was. Sheriff, yes. How could I forget the sheriff? So that money is designated for him. However, as the new budget is presented to you, your board can make those decisions whether or not you want to keep that. The excise tax, Measure C, the cannabis tax, again, we assumed that because of the ban, the only revenue that would be coming in would be the approximately $660,000 that we had from the previous year. That's the amount that we budgeted, but again, only $205,000 has come in. And I make the point that a year ago, when Mr. Lutz made the presentation, it was $7.7 million, so a significant difference between the $205,000 that we have and the $7.7 that we had last year. Going on to the mid-year summary. I'd like to point out that, again, the salary savings that we expect at the conclusion of this fiscal year will be about $1.4 million. And that's a substantial savings compared to recent years. That's a very significant savings in salaries. We have requested, the board has requested, and staff has assured that the draw against the general fund contingencies has been fairly minimal this year. In past years, there were several recommendations that came to the board the first half of the year. There have been just a handful of them that have come to you this fiscal year. The total amount of draw from the contingencies was about $118,000 compared to, actually I don't have that number in front of me, but it was significantly more when we were having multiple increases in mid-year, particularly the first half of the mid-year. We again expect that because of the increase in TOT, that we will be seeing some significantly increased of money available for the board's utilization in the 1920 budget. And in all, when we summarize all of the minuses and pluses that we've had compared to recent years, the very good news is that we still anticipate that on June 30th of this year, you will have approximately $9 million in your cash carry that can be used for balancing the budget next year or whatever discretionary expenses that the board chooses to have. Also wanted to mention that we have not forgotten that the Calaveras County settled with PG&E recently regarding the impacts of the Butte fire. We have collected $20.5 million. That money is in the county's pool. However, it is not in your budget, this year's budget. The board has requested that we bring that issue back to you as a study session. It's tentatively scheduled to be discussed on April the 19th of this year so that the board can direct staff how it wants to see that money utilized. That's effectively the report, but there are a number of actions that we are going to be asking of your board. First would be that you accept the report that's just been presented to you. And then in addition, we have a number of budget adjustments that have been requested by the departments, and I'd like to go over some of those. When you do consider those, just recognize that the board is required to approve those, if you choose to approve them, by a 4/5 vote. The first list of adjustments are what we refer to as technical adjustments, basically adjustments to conform to revenues that we've received and expenditures that we've made. There's not a lot of discretion, if you will. I term them cleanup items, but again, you can make whatever adjustments that you choose to do. Those are identified in attachments A and B. Attachment C of your package is, let me find my notes and I'll tell you what it is. Those are a number of requests by the departments that that have been identified as not having any impact on the general fund. I'm talking about the technical adjustments. The remaining items, which are identified as C and D, do in some cases require an additional contribution from the general fund, and I'll go through several of those, the major ones, and then I'll get on to item D. The first one I wanted to speak about is request number 4, which is the contributions on page 8 of your staff report. Item 4 is a there has been some work done by the Public Works Department that is not road fund related. The road fund is not allowed to spend its road funds on non-road fund issues, and they've indicated they have spent about $17,190 on those type of issues. And then there's also expenditures and revenues that we are not going to be realizing. So in effect, there'll be a need for a $112,000 adjustment to the general fund to cover those items. Again, there's a number of adjustments that are being requested that have no general fund contribution. I won't mention those unless you choose to have some discussion about those. The next item that has an adjustment to the general fund is request number 11. This is for animal services budget. They have had less revenue come in, and their expenditures have gone up slightly. In total, the reduction in revenue and the increased expenditure, they're requesting an additional $9,839. Environmental health budget also is looking for an additional $22,000 to deal with expenditures that are coming in at higher amounts by about $44,000, and revenues that are coming in at about $67,000. They can absorb the majority of that, but they will need an additional $22,939. Economic development, you might recall that several weeks ago, the Economic Development Coordinator brought to your board a grant from the state for the census. Those funds are split over 2 years, so we are asking you to increase the contribution by $17,250 for this year. That money has already been put into the county's fund, but this is an expenditure so that they can utilize that money. Item 15 is from the grand jury. They have had a number of increases for various things. In total, they're asking for an additional $13,561. Item 16 is from the County Administrator's Office. The existing budget did not take into account that we would be paying the cash outs for vacations for 2 individuals that left in the mid-year, and so there's about $21,000 to pay that. That was not considered when the budget was prepared because we were not aware that those individuals would be leaving. And then there is $32,000 that's being requested to make up our share of the pension obligation that all departments have. In our case, there's a $32,000 hit to us. And finally, there was a typographical error in the budget of about $6,000, and we are asking that the board provide that funding. In total, the county administrator is asking for an additional $54,000. Item 17 is from the coroner. He's requesting an additional contribution of $35,000 due to expenditures exceeding their expectations and revenues not coming in at the level that they expected. So they are asking for $35,000. Information technology is asking for an additional $71,000. They have not had the revenue coming in from chargebacks to the departments, and their expenses for the pension liability is an additional $28,000 net of $71,000. Likewise, the GIS budget is requesting an increase of $11,000 from the TEETR fund and an additional contribution, general fund contribution of $44,000 to again deal with an increase in the workload and not commensurate revenues to deal with that. The Human Resources Department is requesting $54,000. Again, much of that is, much of their additional expenses come and are being from the chargebacks and not having sufficient revenue that was budgeted. They can absorb a great deal of it, but they cannot absorb $54,000, and they are asking that you increase their budget by that amount. Next item is correction, or not, going back to a traditional budget where the county supervisors have a travel budget. That budget was significantly reduced this year. It's our recommendation that budget be increased. We have, the board has approved a contract with a legislative consultant. It is necessary, maybe not imperative, but certainly necessary for one or two board members to join her as a group attempts to lobby for additional funds. And we know very well that that firm is bringing in, we expect will be bringing in significant additional monies that the county did not have. But in order for board members to be able to travel to Washington, D.C. to lobby for those funds, it is necessary to bring about $7,633. That will, in effect, bring each board member to a $2,000 limit for the balance of the fiscal year. We are a member of the Upper McCalmy River Watershed Authority. Last year, they increased their dues, significantly increased their dues to all the participating agencies, including us. We had budgeted $11,000 as our contribution to that. It has gone up to $22,000, so we are asking that you allocate an additional $11,000 for that activity. Attachment D in your budget package addresses all those items that are non-general fund requests, with one exception, and that is for the PATV. I forget what PATV is, what it stands for. I know it's television, but I know it's Susan and the filming of these things that we do. They have a studio, and their equipment has started to have a lot of difficulty, so they are asking for an additional $14,000 to buy the same cameras that have been mounted in this office. The value of that, obviously, is that they'll be able to perform their normal duties with better equipment, but in the event that we have difficulties with the equipment in this office, we can move that equipment over here fairly readily and continue and not have any interruptions in the filming of these meetings. I alluded to this a few minutes ago, but in the third quarter of this year, the Sheriff's Department is expected to effectuate staffing changes that they've been working on for some time. As a result of this, they believe that they will be able to bring down the overtime that has been plaguing that, wrong term, but has been a problem for the department because they exceed their budget every year. So with the staffing changes that they are going to be implemented, we believe that increase in that overtime increases will start going in the other direction for the future years. As noted earlier, we expect to have a $9 million cash carryover at the end of June of this year, and so when we prepare the budget for next year, we will be making recommendations that were mentioned by both Rebecca and Supervisor Mills about having funds available in future years to deal with the possibility that we may not be fully reimbursed by state and local agencies for the disasters. And then in addition to that, we want to start funding the pension obligations that we have and will continue to increase. We have established what's termed as a Section 115 pension fund. We have not contributed to that yet, but it is our expectation to start doing that with the fiscal 1920 year, to have that money available so that we won't be surprised every year. You heard me mention probably 4 or 5 departments that need additional money just to pay that pension obligation. The other thing I wanted to bring out is that there has been a lot of discussion in the past regarding space planning, space needs. When the board had this discussion regarding a number of study sessions, one of the items that you emphasized and wanted us to bring back to you is funding recommendations for a number of the items that need to be addressed. I recognize that you did fund a certain projects. They have not gone forward, unfortunately, and admittedly they probably should have gone forward. There were some unforeseen issues that we had to deal with that is delaying it. We're hoping that we'll get some of those going over the next couple of months, but we would like to bring to you a more comprehensive package of the entire campus and how to deal with the needs that are being discussed by many departments. Most departments have space needs or facility needs or capital assets needs that we would like very much to address in a comprehensive, long-term manner. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is that the state budget does have a provision, the governor's budget has a provision for increasing revenues to Health and Human Services for the in-home supportive services activities that they have there. It was expected that we would be paying somewhere around $177,000 year over year more, and if the governor's proposed budget, his January budget, is approved the way it is, that will come down by substantially from $177,000 to $13,000 a year. And that will make a significant difference because certainly you could reduce the program, but it's been around significantly long time, and I think there's an expectation that it will continue. And this, if it continued at increases of $177,000 per year, there would almost necessarily have to be general fund contributions to continue to do that. And so that's good news. It's certainly the budget has not been adopted, but it appears that there's a strong possibility that that contribution to the counties will have a significant impact on the in-home supportive services. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I would ask Bonnie if she would like to speak a little bit about the capital improvement needs that are shown there in your packet. However, they might be a little bit difficult to read, and rather than just ask you to look for the blues and the oranges, we're hoping that this will be a lot more clear.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration, you have this, not capital improvement rather, but capital asset purchases. The document that was attached to the agenda item has since been updated. After the board adopted recommended budget in June, between June and adoption of final budget in September, there were some adjustments that were made, those and approved by your board, and those adjustments were appropriated and properly reflected in the county's financial management system. However, when the fixed asset or capital asset schedule was published in the final budget book, that schedule was not updated. So the first paper-clipped sheet that you have is really what the board actually adopted. Okay? Take away the color coding. This list that you have in front of you today, not what is attached to the agenda item, and I have copies for the public, that is what the board adopted in September of 18. The second stapled item, if you'll look to the far right, there is a status column. Everything that is highlighted in gold is not going to be acquired this fiscal year. Everything that is highlighted in light blue a new request or an adjustment from mid-year. And just real briefly, agriculture is recommending a reduction of assets to purchase only one vehicle versus two. The district attorney's office is in receipt of new grant funds and has requested that we purchase one new vehicle. Behavioral health, mental health under Health and Human Services, an additional request for a vehicle. The other big call out for the Department of Public Works is 2 dump trucks with plows that will not be purchased, but they're going to take those appropriations and increase snow pluck trowel purchases from 1 to 2. And then finally, as Interim CEO Lutz pointed out, Public Access Television is asking for an additional $14,000 to upgrade their equipment in their studio to match what is here in the board chambers. You will notice that in the status column, the majority of assets have already been purchased this fiscal year. Very excited about that. We will have a cutoff next month. Will be the last month to make any major purchases for this fiscal year. There simply will not be time beyond that to do that. So we feel that we can accommodate those purchases, but you'll notice that there are a number of items that are just simply not going to be acquired this fiscal year.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that does conclude our presentation. At this time, we would like to ask that you receive the mid-year report. We ask that you approve the mid-year budget adjustments as shown on attachments A, B, C, and D. Again, 4/5 vote. We ask that you approve the updated 2018-19 designated special revenue fund appropriations and revenue included in attachment E. Also requires a 4/5 vote. And also that you approve the purchase of capital assets and make those adjustments as Ms. Rich just mentioned. Lastly, item 5 is that you approve the acceptance by Marine Safety of a one-time grant augmentation in the amount of $4,019. Again, it takes a 4/5 vote. The expenditure was included in the list of adjustments that were discussed earlier. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to, Ms. Krista, Bonnie, and I are all available to respond to any questions you might have.
Yes, thank you very much, Manuel. Let me ask my fellow board members a quick question. Does anybody think we're going to get this done in the next 4 minutes? I don't think so either. Do you guys want to start and spend these 4 minutes, or you want to just go to lunch and hammer when we come back?
Chair, let's go to lunch, and then we can start fresh, and we'll work the entire process through it.
Everybody else?
Acceptable to the
Gary,
board.
what do you think? Ben? Sure. Rita? All right, we're going to go to lunch. We'll reconvene here at 1:30. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. We hope everybody had a lovely lunch, and we are discussing mid-year budget. So just finished the proposal, the narrative from the CAO, and I guess now we'll start digging in. How do you want to do this, Manny?
Mr. Chairman, if you will allow me, I did fail to mention one minor point. It has no net effect on the budget. However, I mentioned that I'd been meeting with the sheriff on a number of issues and their staffing. I wanted to bring out the fact that they will be filling the undersheriff's position that has been vacant for a number of years. That will create a vacancy below, and actually there's like a domino effect of individuals that will be hired. This is part of the long-range plan that the sheriff has to try to deal with some of the staffing issues that they've had there for some time. But it does not require any additional funds from the general fund or anywhere else. They have the revenue to bring these people up. And my understanding is that that will happen probably within the next several weeks.
So, am I understanding that when on the additions and whatever, and it said a captain, it just meant what? I thought they were adding, when I read it as a new captain, which would have given them 3 captains. Three captains and an undersheriff?
They intend to bring in a new captain, a new position next year in the 1920 budget, not this year. They don't have that position.
It's not, there are 3 captain positions already, right?
They have two. They intend to have 3. One of the positions was moved from the jail to patrol. So they just have the 2. But when and if they get the additional captain's position, their intention is to put a captain back into the jail facility. But again, that will be for next fiscal year, not this year.
So where it said captain, that's to come in 1920?
A new one, yes.
A new one. So they want to fill the undersheriff's position
will leave
that
a
has
captain
not
vacant.
been filled in 6 or 7 years.
least,
So are they,
I think
yeah, it was when Gary came in. So are they asking permission to fill that? Because that's an additional cost, or they don't have to?
that position is allocated to them already. They're going to
You mean
fill
it's
it.
been sitting on the books all these years?
Correct.
But unfunded.
Unfunded. They have the funds for it. And once they promote someone to that position, then the captain's position will become vacant, and they'll promote someone to that. And then that will leave the lieutenant's position vacant and so forth.
Sheriff, we're talking about you.
I like that. You want me up there?
Are you sure? And we're talking about your undersheriff's position.
What would you like to know?
It's going to leave a gap in the captain's slots this year, isn't it?
Well, I've already went through HR, and we've already done testing. In fact, I have testing for the trickle-down for the lieutenants, corporals, and sergeants next week. So the captain's testing's already been done. So those holes will be filled. As I explained to CAO Lopez, the backfilling of that last position will not occur until our folks graduate the academy in September of 1920. So there's going to be some salary savings on that end also.
We didn't fund the undersheriff's position this year.
No, but I have salary savings to pay for because the difference this year is going to be from the captain's position that will be promoted to the undersheriff's position is about $20,000, and I have that in salary savings.
Okay. Just so you know, I'm not going to always use salary savings as a defense, and I'll explain that in a minute. But you're going to then plan on another captain position for next year?
That's a completely different issue.
Okay. Thank you.
You have 2 captains.
I have 2 captains currently, and for 1920, I'm looking to bring on a 3rd captain. And for history, for those of you that don't remember, at one point, and Marita can attest to this, we had, I think, like 6 captains, which was way too top-heavy. But with the way that everything is moving in the department and with the potential of marijuana coming back, I need that 3rd captain to oversee some more divisions.
But we need to plan ahead that we're making up for salary savings, with salary savings this year, but it'll be in the general, out of the general fund in June.
Correct.
So we need to plan for that.
Yeah. Right, and I think I spoke to some of you offline that the increased revenue in TOT tax would help fund that position. Hi, Marita.
Hi, Rick. I'm watching, I'm looking.
I know you are. Anything else?
Any other questions for the sheriff or SO? Or?
So you will only have 1 captain for the remainder of the year after you...
Negative.
No?
No, the promotional list has already been put together.
So once you promote the undersheriff, you will up...
Yeah, everybody will come up. The only thing that won't get backfilled will be that bottom tier position, that deputy position.
Okay, thank you.
I have sort of an offline parallel question. Sheriff, why are you filling the undersheriff position? after it's been vacant for?
8 years?
Yeah.
Well, because of what happened to Sheriff Kuntz. If we don't have somebody as an undersheriff, then you folks have to go through the process that they did to get me in the position,
But wouldn't we have to go through that process anyway? Because they
ma'am.
would just be an acting.
No, ma'am. If you read the government code, if you guys approve if I appoint an undersheriff, you have the ability to say, yes, he can, if I pass away, or I retire early, or whatever the case may be, that you guys approve that person as the sheriff. He is the undersheriff, he can be the sheriff.
I didn't think that was correct.
Clarification, the government code allows for the undersheriff, to immediately step in as an acting sheriff pending an appointment to the vacancy, but the board would
Correct.
still have to fill the vacancy through an appointment process.
Correct, but they don't have to go through the process. They don't have to go through the process they went through with me of having applications sent in and doing interviews and everything else.
We don't have to, but we could.
You could, yes. But that's the purpose of putting an undersheriff in, so that you don't have to.
Or we could.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Just to also clarify, the undersheriff would also, if the board were to appoint the undersheriff to fill the vacancy as an appointed sheriff pending the next election, the undersheriff would still have to meet the requirements of holding the office of sheriff.
Absolutely. And the person that I would appoint would have those qualifications.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, the goal would be that there'd be no break in the chain.
Yes.
Things would continue. And during the interim, what was going on to get your appointment, there was a gap.
Yeah, 8 months gap.
Yeah.
And a lot of confusion.
Other questions for the SO? Okay, good.
Thank you.
Other items people want to bring up from this presentation? Supervisor Mills?
Well, I'd like to.
I'm sure you got some ideas.
Thanks. I'd like to go over, going back to salary savings, since that was the start of the discussion, is to the CEO, and I'd like to be sure that when we're talking about salary savings, we're talking about overtime costs, because those are contributory to the salary savings number. But what is not in this mix is the cost of the departure, the hiring, the onboarding, and all of those ancillary costs that should be included to some degree in that number. So I would like to see really what is the total number, and not always use salary savings by itself as a standalone number to say this is what we're using. There's a lot of other things that go into the offsets to salary savings. There's other costs.
Supervisor Mills, yes, you're correct. What we allocate, though, are the salaries and benefits of the employees. When there are vacancies for whatever reason, that's what we determine to be the funds that are available to add to make the salary savings determination. So we recognize that there are other costs associated in the filling of the position. We recognize it, but it's not in the report.
Right, and I'm curious to know what those numbers are. I guess that's the question. Secondly, that when we get to a mid-year budget and we have substantial salary savings in a particular department, hopefully we will find a way to not leave them embedded within that department. In other words, departments can use that as a way of developing a slush fund, if you want to call it that. And I look to specifically the last 90 days for the end of a budget as to whether or not staff would try to find ways to expend, knowing they have the additional money within their budget, but is it really a wise decision to do it that way? So there has to be some kind of a check and a balance as to how much money we leave as an overage within a specific department before we say, no, done a great job, and we understand that, or you haven't been able to fill positions, we understand that, but we're not going to leave this many $100,000 sitting in that budget item in that department simply because they didn't expend it.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Mills, no, you're absolutely correct. When we develop the next year's budget, anything that's not expended will be swept into the general fund so that it doesn't stay with the department. It's used as part of the upcoming budget year.
Unless there's any discussion on that.
I just have a comment on salary savings and the thought about bringing it down to, well, what does it cost to have a vacant position and recruit? Part of HR's salary or their budget accounts for those things. So unless we say, okay, HR, you spent X amount of your time with the SO and X amount with the auditor and X amount with this, I mean, I don't think that's, we need to dig down into that detail, because there are other people that help with whatever the recruitment process, the expenses, and they're captured in maybe other departments. And so I don't see the need to micromanage to that finite ability in terms of salary savings.
It's interesting that there might be the situation for government, but I can tell you in corporate, we drilled into that. In other words, we didn't leave a lot of extra money on the table at mid-year.
Well, and I know I'm new, but going back to my past, I really have a lot of trust in the departments that they don't say, oh my gosh, I've left, $80,000 in my budget, I have to spend it before the end of the year, because going into the next budget cycle, if we don't have that cash carry, because we're looking at it up here, not down here in the weeds, that we might be cutting their departments. So I really respect the fact that our departments don't do that. I mean, maybe it took me a couple of years to realize that for the same reason I came from the corporate world, but they're either going to spend it in 18, 19, and if they do, we're going to cut them in 19, 20. At some point, we catch up with them. No offense to any of you that do that, because I'm really trying to say I don't think they do that.
Yeah, but the completely different corporation and corporate world versus government. Here, when we go into our budget, we fund all those positions we say we're going to hire. You don't do that in corporations. If you're going to hire somebody, you go out and recruit and hire, but you don't have a budget built in that, that's why you don't have salary savings there. It's completely different the way we do it here versus corporation again. We fund all of those open positions through our general funds, if they're general fund positions. So there is a difference. And I hear what both of you are saying. But again,
I want to know who you agree with.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add that's one of our roles in the county administrator's office, to monitor those requests. So if someone has salary savings and has an idea that he's going to buy new furniture, going to buy a new car, whatever it might be, no, we won't approve that. We can bring it to the board for your approval, but we would not allow them to make those changes just because they have salary savings or savings in any other line. That's part of the role that the county administrator has.
whatever the line item that money is designated for, that's what they have to use it for. They can't.
They can come to your board.
They can come to the board and ask for it, yeah.
So, moving on. What has been it says 36.1% of budgeted revenue in the, right now it says general fund is at 36.1% of budget revenue. And you spoke to historical, discounting, say, the 2015 and 2016, 17 years, but what would be a historical number that you would consider to be? You said that's within the normal of a historical number?
Historically, because revenue comes in slow the first half and more accelerated the second half, those numbers that we see there are fairly in line with numbers that we saw pre-disaster era.
So you're comfortable with that?
And we're comfortable that we'll receive that revenue, yes.
Okay. On the property taxes, is there been any effect, because we may be seeing higher collections in the year the taxes are due, that could ultimately affect our teeter going forward? Are we starting to see a shrinking of the teeter account?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Mills, the teeter will come in as part of the property taxes. So whatever increase that we have because we've teetered the taxes, when the folks actually do pay that, that's where we're receiving that money. So you'll not see a separate flow of funds for teeter and a separate flow of regular property taxes. They're tied together. Maybe I misunderstood your question.
Let me change the question, because people will be paying their taxes on time. Those money, there won't be as much deferral into teeter in future years, simply because they paid on time. Are we seeing that as a trending, or are we continuing to see the amount of taxes being not paid in that time that is due, that's transferred into teeter, continuing at the same rate going forward?
Now I understand your question. Is there a differential between the two? I really cannot respond to that. I would ask our assessor, our tax collector, but I don't know. But yes, there probably is a difference. I'm not sure if it's significant, because people, when times are good, are more likely to pay their taxes and not have any teeter. If economic difficult times, then people fall behind, and then they not only pay their taxes, but they pay the penalties associated with that. But I don't really know how it breaks down.
Okay, we gain from the tax, the penalty and the interest on it, and that's my point is that if people are paying on time now, that we won't have as much money floating into teeter, which means we won't have as much penalty and interest that's being developed from it. So I just want to know whether there's a trending there, or whether it's been stable and it's going to continue in the status that it's in now.
And again, that's something that the assessor and treasurer tax collector would be better prepared to respond to. I really don't know.
It's much like everything else. It has its ebbs and flows as you go along, depending on economic times and what have you. So set a trend. I don't see it being trend. It may be a trend for the current year, but who knows as you go forward. It's like everything else, sales tax and other avenues of funding that we use. It's ebbs and flows.
Mr. Supervisor Mills, would you like further clarification?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Surprise.
Did I make the question clear?
Yes, from the parts that I got. We have, Calaveras County has a pretty static delinquency rate. Between the treasurer, tax collector, myself, we kind of pay attention to that. If there was ever a time where the delinquency rate was significantly high, and we saw some sort of trend towards a new delinquency rate, we would probably bring that back to the board and cease the teeter program, just because it wouldn't be beneficial at that point. The issue that we saw, which is in a nominally this last year, was due to the tax cuts and the tax changes. We saw, and she can speak more to it, we saw more people paying on time and paying both installments early, which is not something that we've normally seen. So because of that, I would expect that we'll see less penalties and interest for this particular year going into the tax loss reserve, but that's not normal. Normally, we tend to stay pretty flat.
I think you see the reason for my question. I just wanted to be sure that there's some discussion around it is all. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you for showing up.
Do you want to,
yes, go
do
ahead.
you want to keep going, or do you want to rotate
go
down?
ahead.
Or?
I'll do a couple, maybe move down.
We can go. Ben, you want to give it?
Yeah, just to continue on with the budgeted versus actual revenues. Here on the fourth line, fines, forfeitures, and penalties, amended budget's about $1.4 million, and we received $177,000 in change. So is this because it's only 12.7%, is that because a lot of it doesn't necessarily become realized in this year? on that? And is this also attributed to some of the same departments that would be receiving a cost reimbursement on some of their work?
On the second question, Supervisor Stopper, were you asking about interdepartmental charges like IT charges all the departments for efforts that they do, or?
It's all fine. I'm trying to group this all into the fines, forfeitures, and penalties line item.
My understanding is, because it is a very low number at 12.5%, that it does come in at a higher rate the second half. However, even if it did, this is an unusually low number. I do know that I was told that the court fines have been coming in more slowly. I don't know the rationale for that, but that's part of it. But it is a low number. If you were to look at several years in the past, it's not that low.
Okay. Another thing I would like to bring up that doesn't necessarily have to do with these numbers here is, I was going over budgets with other counties last week when I was at the CSAC meeting, and a lot of our other counties press bullet points in a strategic plan as they're working forward. This provides an avenue to see, the board has a direction. A lot of these are set with the priorities, like we said at the beginning of the year with the board, and we're also talking about the space issue across the county where we're talking about where we're going to put new buildings or take down other buildings and so on, and it taking time. I would like the board to consider in the future, as we work towards this next year's fiscal budget, that possibly putting together a strategic plan and including our priorities and other direction that we've given staff, so that we can have something on paper so we can set priorities for the county, and then we can actually start crossing stuff off our list and showing, look, we are spending money and we've succeeded here, here, and here. And this provides some of the transparency to the people and public, seeing how our successes as government and being able to provide the services to the people. I think that would be a good way to build community trust in how we're using their money and be able to show what we're doing with it.
If I can just comment on that, the board there, when it established its various study sessions, it set for either the third or fourth quarter a study session on long-term financial plan and space needs. I'm pretty certain it's the third quarter, but it's either the third or the fourth, I know that. And you recall the auditor controller coming here several weeks ago talking about having multi-year budgets and also priority-based budgets. I think all of that will be discussed at that time, and hopefully there is a set manner in which we can budget other than just taking last year's budget and seeing what adjustments are necessary, which is basically the way we do it now. I think that's a good idea. I don't think it's going to be possible. I won't be here in all likelihood, but I don't think it'll be possible to change the process and then a few months later come back and decide if that's the process that we really want. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is I don't expect to see much change in the budget process for 1920. Depending on the outcome of the study session in the third or fourth quarter, there may be substantial changes in the process.
Understood. It's just something I would like the board to consider as we proceed, and I do understand a lot of these things take time to start getting these processes underway. Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
One of my comments has to do with something similar to Supervisor Stopper. We did put together, this board did, on this budget, for the 18-19 budget, a list of capital improvement projects. That's kind of what you were trying to get into. And we did have a list, and we did allocate funds. A lot of the funds were coming out of teeter funds, which was designated funds for the type of capital improvement projects that we had given a list of and prioritized during the budget. And I'm looking at, on the budgeted expenses, capital assets, and we've only spent $240,000, $230,000 of it, close to $231,000, and that was for the skylights for the A, B, and C buildings. We had a task force put together with Bonnie and had a bid for removal of the existing jail. And some of the capital improvement money on this for the capital assets had to do with removing that jail. And then we were going to take some of these funds, I think 250,000 of it was allocated towards an architect to give us plans for a new building to house the DA in when we got that removed. And I'm seeing no money being expended other than for the skylight so far, and we're already in February of this year. I'd like to know exactly where we are on that project and going forward, and have we got an architect online? Are we moving forward on that? Because I don't see anything being expended here for that. So that would be my question.
So you are absolutely correct, Supervisor Tofinelli. On April 10th of 2018, when the prior CAO brought forward a space plan for your board to consider, there were 4 items that the board approved taking action on at that time. One was to demolish the old jail. The second was to begin conceptual drawings and plans for the new DA facility, which would be put in the place of the old jail. The second was the third was the auditor's office remodel, and the fourth item was to search for an appropriate EOC, Emergency Operations Center, for the Office of Emergency Services. Those 4 items the board directed staff to take action on. The removal of the old jail is actually not budgeted in the capital improvement projects budget unit, because when we take down an old facility, that's not something that the auditor's office is going to enroll in a capital. Those funds, $355,000, are budgeted in facilities budget to move forward with that. The DA and the auditor's office remodels are included in the capital improvement budget unit, and we have secured Aspen Street architects who have begun the process for those projects.
And you're right, we did remodel Barbara's office over there with the window.
The window, yes. Barbara did get her window, and that was approved.
Yes, so, but yes, and we'd given direction. I'm sure this 1.5 million that we had for capital assets, it's my recollection, you could be right, but we gave funds through Teeter for demolition of the jail.
That is absolutely correct. Yes,
okay.
sir.
So we're not moving forward on that at this time, though, is that correct?
We need to. There has been the former CAO had suggested possibly looking at rehabilitating the old jail, and had encouraged our facilities manager to look at that. My understanding, though, is that we have very clear board direction. I simply need to put out for bid the demolition of that facility.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I'd just like to continue this conversation because you and I and Supervisor Tofinelli were here when that CIP was put together, and we're talking about April of last year. We're now in February of this year, and I think that we need to see some substantial effort being done in meeting the goals of that CIP. I would certainly be reticent to want to have committed to the expenses involved and then turn around and shift railroad tracks, so to speak, as we got the train moving. So that could be a very costly change. I would just assume that we move forward in getting that building down and getting the DA out of the travel trailers as quickly as possible. I don't want to change or rotate the tires again. So it's been an ongoing issue ever since I've been here, and I think that it leads to a lot of other things that happen as a result. So I'd like to go ahead and weigh in if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in on this a little bit. I mean, we did talk about this As we've gone along, I'm sure like you have discovered there's a lot of other really important things going on to keep these buildings standing up as well. This might be something at a future meeting, even the next meeting, we can talk about ad hoc, putting together an ad hoc. So we have a couple of us who are riding herd on this thing to keep this done. And, you guys are the construction guys.
Well, yes, and I'll tell you, that jail facility, and Patrick's not in here, has significant leaks in it. And in the winter that we've had this year has even damaged more of that. It's not worth saving. And we had a bid for $800-something thousand to get rid of it, and we would keep the slab and the underground utilities there, and we could go forward with it. We were supposed to have the conceptual drawings and the whole thing so we could get it completed, get done, get the GAA moved in there, and move forward. So yes.
At the end of the meeting, we could poll and see if we want to form one at the next meeting.
Make a note to do that, because I physically have toured that jail, and I can tell you those underground facilities, especially the phone lines, do go underwater in the slab. I mean, let's be sure that we're wanting to save what's there before we make that move. But I think an ad hoc would be a good way to deal with it.
Did you want to weigh in on this, Supervisor topic?
I want to thank Gary for refining my comment even further, because that's what I was reaching for. It's holding accountability on some of these projects as they're moving forward. And the fact that, look, the longer we take to start moving forward on these projects, the more they're going to cost in the future. And it's as simple as that. So a lot of these projects, like getting the DA's office built and everything else, they have a certain amount of money. They already have allocated to that. And so if we have the money in there, let's use it and get it done. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
We done with that one? Did you want to?
I just want to weigh in on this. The delay is not for a lack of Barbara and I being quiet. We have been as not quiet as you could possibly imagine. And so at this point, I think there's just a lot of frustration because there's just been no action, no progress at all. And we don't know who to talk to get it moving forward, and just a lot of excuses. So, I would appreciate clear direction, it needs to happen so we can start moving these things forward.
And that's even all more to the point of an ad hoc committee being formed here, so you have some place to go and we can keep it moving forward. So
take that on at the end of the meeting.
We can appreciate that, yes.
Barbara Uke, District Attorney, and I appreciate the description of being not quiet. That's the best terms that can be used, I suppose. So I just want to be clear. I have not been contacted by Aspen. I've not been involved in any plans. As far as we could tell, the direction was given last year, and then it was budgeted. The board was very clear on what was supposed to happen, and then nothing happened. So, and we can all see that the jail is still standing, such as it is. So, and I appreciate the time that you guys are going to put into it, and I appreciate the supervisors that did bring it up. It's probably because you're tired of me talking about it. But just to be clear, what's going to happen next? We're going to possibly form an ad hoc committee so that things are pushed forward, or are we going to possibly be reconsidering the direction? No reconsideration, we're just going to move forward? Okay.
We're going to form that ad hoc, and if the ad hoc committee sees things that we need to adjust, bring it back to the board and we'll adjust. But just to get some momentum behind these things.
Okay. So, but
it is my opinion, though, that jail needs to come down. It's going to be more costly if we just leave it the way it is right now with the weather and everything else. It's going to start turning, it could be, who knows, but in my opinion, it needs to come down and move forward.
Okay, and so that was the direction, and it was funded, so we can expect to see the RFP come out, and so we can all finally start moving forward.
Well, I would hope that we continue with the direction this board gave in April of last year, and that if there's a reason to make some adjustments or modifications to how to get it down, or, I understand that, but it's still, the direction was take it down. There wasn't any other direction given. So we had consensus at that time, and hopefully you have consensus that we're going to move forward with it today.
All right, thank you.
Next topic.
Solid waste. Waste Management. Where's that gentleman? Mr. Moss? Your service and supply budget, sir, has gone way out of whack. Would you care to explain it?
Absolutely. In the tune of about $704,000 we're transferring across the budget. For a couple of reasons. You're going to see that we're taking money out of capital assets, which we had $1.7 million set aside for. We're not going to make those purchases this year, with the exception of the compactor. So that's about a $830,000 purchase, so we need to get on that as soon as possible, and I still have the money in capital assets after that transfer to do that. You'll notice that the two primary areas we're transferring to is salaries and employee benefits, and also services and supplies, specifically 5411 professional and specialized services. Salaries and employee benefits, first of all, we needed to fill new positions in IWM as approved by the board at final budget. The previous CAO and I agreed to go ahead and make those adjustments, fiscal adjustments at mid-year, which is what we're doing today. So you'll notice in the memo that there are actually several positions that have been added, including picking up the Public Works engineer from Public Works who joined Integrated Waste back in September of 2018. We also just picked up a new department analyst who actually turns out to be a CPA, which is a good thing for the department. So that's the bulk of the monies of the that we're putting into salaries and employee benefits. The other issue was the PERS lump sum that CAO Lopez discussed earlier today. That was another $43,177 that we didn't anticipate expending in salaries and employee benefits, and so we're doing that as well. I just want to emphasize very quickly here and remind everybody, this is a non-general fund department. So solid waste is not actually impacting the general fund. Moving on to the services and supplies, professional specialized services. We were out of contract with one of our main consultants for the better part of a year, Geologic Associates. They continue to perform duties, and we have since got that contract in place. However, I had to pay last year's bills, much less this year's bills. What's complicating and adding on to that is numerous notices of violation by the Water Board, and some of them that have been put off for some time. I have compliance dates through 2020 with the Water Board. I took two board members as part of the Solid Waste Task Force. Supervisor Mills was one of them, down to the Water Board actually last spring, just to discuss the severity and the necessity to take care of business. We are taking care of business, but it's costing us a lot of money. Case in point, not only the GLA contract, but I have a slide down at Rock Creek and I have a slide down at Red Hill. The engineering alone and the repair of those slides is very, very costly. The work plans have already been submitted to the Water Board. So that has been done, but I'm just giving you some examples. Also, best management practices that haven't been taken care of in the past. Diversion of leachate off the working face. Erosion control down at Rock Creek. Moving into a vegetation management program at both Red Hill and Rock Creek that has created, or the lack thereof, has created propagation of a lot of rodents that have put holes in my top cover, which I believe, and so does my consultant, has contributed to the slides that I'm dealing with that are very expensive to fix today. So I'm saying all that to say this, is there are a lot of expenses that obviously we weren't aware of when preliminary budget was put together and final budget. I want to thank Public Works actually for putting together that budget for us, because that transition occurred in June, as you're well aware, from Public Works to Integrated Waste. Public Works would not have had necessarily the knowledge that fortunately I have today, because I'm commonly out at Rock Creek 3 to 4 days a week, and at Red Hill 3 to 4 days a week as well. And so I kind of have a hands-on working knowledge of something that we didn't really have before. So again, the no cost to the general fund. It is a large amount of money. recognizing that, we will just go ahead and from the solid waste, my trust, et cetera, I can go ahead and rebudget any capital assets next year that we deem necessary. Quite frankly, the concern has really been to put out the biggest fires first, and the biggest fires have been with the water board and taking care of BMPs at both of our facilities.
We were substantially out of compliance before that meeting last spring.
Yes, we
They
were.
were fully prepared to start charging us thousands of dollars a day in fines.
They were.
Because we were just ignoring them. And
Correct.
you brought us into compliance, and I understand there was a conversation going back and forth about owls. And you have owl boxes now at Rock Creek.
Matter of fact, it's kind of interesting because we picked up facilities actually has a staff person down at Rock Creek right now, and one of his many duties to getting us in compliance just inside the facility is to build those owl houses, which he's doing. So what you're referring to, Supervisor Mills, is really putting up those owl houses once you get vegetation management in place, put the owl houses up at Red Hill, also at Rock Creek, so that we have some biologic control at both facilities.
What do we have to start thinking about with this alternate daily cover green waste in 2020?
Several options there. We can still go ahead and use the green waste as ADC or alternative daily cover. After 2020, we just don't get diversion credit for it. Ideally, I've been working with Gamby to look at possibilities of developing a separate facility, not necessarily on the landfill parcel footprint. But as the board is probably well aware, we do have quite a bit of acreage out there in and around the Milton facility at Rock Creek. So that's something that we have been looking at.
So we're going to have to be looking at a cost involved to do that here in the next budget year?
Next budget year is something is the soonest we'd be looking at absolutely addressing that, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll just add one last thing. I just got off the phone with our consultant, and I need to put $16,000 into my flare that has been operating incorrectly for a number of years. So we have a consultant coming out from Aptum that will, on a contract, when we get the contract approved and pass through the process, we'll go ahead and have that second blower that hasn't been functioning on the flare for a number of years taken care of.
Thank you.
Stop.
I want to thank you for addressing these notices of violation. The cost can be exponential in the future. If the state decides to start fining us, then we still have to go back and provide the cost to fix it afterwards.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's like, and from the information you've been forwarding me this entire time in the last couple of months, I'm seeing the difference. And I'm glad you stepped up and you're doing the other side because you come from the regulator side.
Correct.
And understanding how to deal with these issues and mitigate them. And I just want to say thank you for stepping up because this issue is something that we really need to take care of. And a lesson to all is like, do not put off the state because eventually we're going to come down on you with a hammer.
Exactly, and I absolutely agree with you, Supervisor Stopper. The one way to agitate a regulator is to ignore them. And so I'm not saying that we didn't take care of business in the past. It's just a very big apple to bite, if you will. So, and I would much rather, and I agree with you, much rather spend that money that I would pay in fines on improving our infrastructure at our facilities.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one?
No, thank you.
Move on, next topic. Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't even know where to start with this, but it has to do with the issue of the blood panels. Blood panels.
Is that a budget item?
It is. Sheriff, where are we at on that? Do we have a good working contract with the hospital to get these done on a yearly basis and also as needed? Or, yeah, whoever would like to speak to it, that's fine.
I think Judy can speak to that better.
Is that on the adjustments?
Yes. No, it's not really on the adjustments, but it's part of the budget.
So I don't think it's not part of the adjustments, but we do have the contract is with the legal department of Mark Twain. We are currently making the appointments for the sheriff's department, so it is in process.
Is this going to eventually affect our budget for this year at all?
So believe it's something that's already budgeted with the Sheriff's Department, so it's something that's already in process.
All right, I just had a note to ask it, is all. Thank you.
AB 443 funds, I think, cover that.
Let's move on.
Next topic. Anybody have other questions? I've got a question. Rita, go please. Go ahead.
Mr. Lopez, I'm not real clear about the IHSS. I understood what's proposed is that the county's share of IHSS is going to go down. So if it's going to go down and we're going to be then accountable for less, why would there be an increase needed in IHSS?
Supervisor Callaway, Ms. Brinks is here, and I'll ask her to expand on it. My understanding is the revenue that's given to the county to provide those services, the in-home supportive services, will actually be greater from the states. Not that ours is going down, so that our increase will be less. We were anticipating increases of up to 177,000. I think it's down to 30. But I see Mr. Marcus coming up here, so hopefully he'll be able to elaborate better than I was able to.
Good afternoon. Marcus Munoz, Fiscal Administrator for Health and Human Services. So in January of 2017, the governor eliminated the IHSS MOE as it stood at that time, shifting $592 million to the counties. So our increase here in Calaveras County, we were expecting an increase of over $500,000. By the end of 2017, CSAC and CWDA got together with the state and came up with a temporary methodology to minimize the impact, instead of it being 1 year, to minimize it over 5 years. In that, they also had reopener language for January of this year, which they did, and at that time, in this January, the governor announced he was stopping the methodology, and the state was assuming the increase as opposed to the counties. So what was proposed to get shifted over to the counties has now been eliminated, and so we will still see an increase, but the increase is much smaller than was anticipated based off of all $592 million going to the counties.
Got
If that made sense.
Is the increase, though, due to the increase in number of clients served?
We have had an increase in the cost associated with the in-home support services program, but the reason why the governor is eliminating it is because the LAO's office, the Legislative Analyst's office, as well as the Department of Finance, announced that revenues in 1991 realignment are not sustainable compared to the cost they're seeing, so that's why the state decided to not shift it all to counties, but take it themselves. But yes, the program is still continuing to increase. The new methodology proposed by the governor has a 4% increase year over year, rather than this ballooning cost that was anticipated.
Okay. I understand, I hear what you're saying, but if our percentage that we pay is less, then I'm still not clear on why there'd be why there'd be a significant increase, or less than significant increase.
So our percentage is not less. So in 16-17, we were paying $657,000. In 17-18, that increased to $750,000, and then in 18-19, $750,000, and now it's going up again.
But is that the percentage of our share?
That is Calaveras County's percentage of the share,
So what's our
yes.
percentage of the share that we pay, that the state pays?
Of 1 point, the total is around 1 point, I'm estimating about 1.3 billion. We pay roughly, Calaveras County share is less than 0.1% of the statewide cost, if that's what you're.
Okay, no,
Am I
it's
getting
not,
too-
but we'll do this offline.
Okay,
Because
no problem.
I understood it in reviewing the governor's budget, I just understood it, that our percentage share of 100%, the percentage was less than what it had been in the past.
Yes.
So that's okay, we can talk about it offline.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
What? Yes. I I understand that, but our percentage, it's all right, we'll talk about it offline.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have one for the sheriff on, you're proposing to move, I'm just going from memory, over 300,000 from the jail to the deputies. What does that do then to the jail budget? Are you okay in the jail? I mean,
Yeah,
my commitment is to, we made a commitment to the jail.
Right. Our overtime costs are going down because our staffing levels are higher now. So,
So that's why you can move the
Yes.
300 plus to
Yes.
the deputies? Okay. Thank you. I just, because we have a commitment that if we build the jail, we'll staff the jail. And
right,
I
and
feel we should
our staffing
honor
levels have
that.
gone up.
Okay.
Absolutely, our staffing
All right.
levels have gone up.
Thank you.
Okay.
The other one I had was on the grand jury. Just kind, I mean, it's sort of not a lot, but there's always not a lot. That 13,000 was a significant amount for the grand jury. So I was just kind of curious, I mean, as a former grand juror, they were talking about the kinds of projects or things they were investigating. Is that due to the number or the type? Do you know, Mr. Lopez?
Supervisor Callaway, no, I do not know whether it's the numbers or the types. What they have indicated, though, is that because of the number of investigations they have are requiring more travel, and they also have issues with their speakers and other technical things. So for them, the $13,000 is a significant increase. My understanding is it's been several years that they've been operating under the same budget.
Yeah, but part of that is also an increase in their cost for the audit, the county audit. Is that not part of that increase? That's what I'd read, that part of the increase had to do with the cost for the audit, which the grand jury is responsible for.
So the existing contract that's been in place for on the order of 2 or 3 years does in fact contemplate a year-over-year increase in the grand jury's budget. What CAO Lopez is referring to is the fact that the budget was somewhat static in terms of the other budgeted items for a few years. If you actually go back about 5 years, the numbers were higher at that point. The administrative office has been in regular conversations with the current grand jury with respect to their budget and have been advised that they have an inordinately high number of investigations that did not cease necessarily in line at the point in time they've done historically. So the investigations have been somewhat more in-depth, and then they also have numerous grand jurors who have quite a bit of mileage. So what they've done to try and reduce their expenditures in this regard is have as many meetings as they can on a given day, and they do, according to them, regularly schedule 2 to 3 committee or other meetings to take place on the same day. So, you know, we've worked with them well and understand their predicament.
And this increase, just, I don't have any figures in front of me, it's got to be at least about a 10% increase? That they budget about $100,000, somewhere in that neighborhood?
Let me see.
I don't have that number either.
I think
Can we
it's
give you a
consistent.
response in maybe in a minute or so as we look it up?
Let's see.
It's about
Just a
100,
moment.
110 maybe at the most.
All right.
That's why it's a
So-
significant increase to their budget.
Their total budget prior to this request was for almost $112,000 of expenditures, of which $66,000 and change is for the single audit.
See,
So
there you go.
it
Half
is
their budget's for the
a
audit.
significant. It is a significant increase. We note, however, also, that there were some expenditures from the prior fiscal year that were built into this budget. So when those expenses were repaid, it kind of, it makes the year-over-year comparison less relevant or less meaningful on its face. If you'd like, I can go back.
That's fine. That answers the question.
I have one more for Public Works. And I don't want any comments from the west end of the county when I talk about this. Why are we not buying the dump trucks for the snow? I mean, I've been in the yard. I mean, even the G.I. Joe trucks are dying. And we bought those used.
Yeah, I can provide some updates. Josh Packer, Director of Public Works, Supervisor Callaway. We did have 2 dump trucks that were budgeted in this year's budget. They were international dump trucks. When we went to procure those, the final costs were significantly higher than what were budgeted. We had an opportunity as part of my arrival to relook at the needs of our resources. In response to that, we decided to buy 2 F550s, which are have dump bed attachments. They're slightly smaller, but they're more mobile. We'll also have snowplow attachments, so it's one of those opportunities to still provide the services with the dump trucks while also providing the snowplow activities, kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So that was an opportunity to, seeing that the costs were significantly higher, instead of asking for that increase, to reallocate those in a slightly different manner to still meet our needs, not only for the dump truck needs, but also for the additional snowplows.
So if I could follow up, so on this list, this is the dump truck with plow. We're not purchasing this year. Snow plow truck, 2 of them with the increase. That's the vehicles you're talking about?
That's the vehicles we're talking about, correct.
Okay.
They're smaller, yeah. They're F550s, so they are Class C. They're not Class A.
I just want to echo what Supervisor Callaway said. Your equipment, if it's not working, the guys can't be out there working on it. So we have to make sure we
Agreed, and we have a lot of equipment that's not working. That's for a different topic for a different day.
It is budget day, so.
Yes.
I'm fine.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the board because you got through most of my questions. I like that.
I have one other.
Gary, go ahead.
Item number 24.
Thank you, because I was going to bring that up too.
Item number 24 is the board's budget that we did away with when we asked the other departments to reduce their budget by 5%. And the only way we could get 5% out of our budget was to take away our travel. I see here that it's asking, Rebecca's not here, but she's asking to put, and she's responsible for our budget, put back in $2,000 for each of us in our budget. We only have 4 months left. Do we actually need the $2,000 for each of us for the remainder of 4 months? Would it be, could we, it doesn't seem to me that we were even expending that kind of money for the whole year on our travel expenses, with the exception of one that was doing CSAC work and NACO work. Would it be more realistic to just make it $1,000?
I've already just charged to my personal credit card the legislative conference and accommodations, and I will be close to paying $1,000 personally to go to that conference. And we did this before in the past, and I found that Calaveras is the only county that was not reimbursing their supervisors for expenses. And I know it makes headlines and it makes it sort of look good, but I don't see why I should have to absorb $1,000 to the ledge conference, for example, to go, which I'm doing because I've already done it. And we're always doing that as a board. And we're not going to things, we're not doing things, and, you know, all the other departments can go to things and they can move it into their budget. And yes, that's true, that's the only place the board can can cut, unless we want to donate money back, as we've done before.
Well, let me make this, well, let me say this to what you were saying. When we reduced this budget to meet the 5%, the person from your district was a representative for CSAC, and he got involved in NACO through CSAC. And he expended, his budget was way more than any of the budgets for the other supervisors. He had like a $7,000 budget. And he even went beyond that before. And so I understand what you're saying. If we need to increase yours because of that, some of us don't go to all these conferences. I belong to LAFCO, but LAFCO funds that. COG funds that. So it's, ORC funds that. Your particular CSAC does not, and that's why we always gave that representative a little bit more money in their budget to cover that versus our budgets that what we belong to. So I'm not opposed. I was just asking the question. Perhaps we can keep yours at $2,000 to cover you for the rest of the year. I know I will not spend $1,000 for the remainder of the year for my expenses. I didn't even use it last year, any of my budget. I didn't charge back towards the county anything for all the travels that I did and everything else. I was just asking the question and have the discussion that do we actually all need this kind of money for 4 months of the year?
My feeling is we should all be going to the legislative conference, maybe not all going to a LAFCO one or to a COG, but, you know, Jack and I had talked, or we had talked as a board about we wanted departments to become more involved in the legislative issues on the state and federal level. And Mr. Lopez quite succinctly said the departments are already operating just to keep day-to-day things going. And so Jack and I said we have to take it upon ourselves through RCRC or CSAC to become more involved in legislative issues. I would like it very much if my colleagues on the board would go to a CSAC conference, to the Ledge Conference, or some of the others, to build the contacts that Ben talked about when he was at CSAC. I don't think we should be afraid to say those things, and it behooves us to be out there in the world outside of Calaveras County. And I'm the board rep on CSAC, so I'm going, but I would like very much if my colleagues would go. And I think the county should pay some of those expenses. I mean, I know, Gary, we've eaten those costs for years because it makes headlines in the paper. But I don't think we should have to do that. And it's like salaries. I mean, I'm going to just talk about it. Well, the board doesn't take a salary increase. The board can donate money back to the county, which we've done. So, I mean, I know it's uncomfortable for us to talk about it because we're the Board of Supervisors, but I think we should be reimbursed. I mean, if the sheriff or Rebecca or Barbara's go, or Peter goes, we reimburse them for those expenses. I mean, our electeds, let me just take our electeds. I think the same should hold for the Board of Supervisors.
Stopper, you have a comment?
Yes. My predecessor, because this is a fiscal budget, and because my predecessor had been here 6 months prior to me being here this fiscal year, he hadn't touched it, and with me being signed up for the new Supervisors Institute, that one sign up for that, and the hotel room when I went to San Diego filled up my full $1,000. So I paid for my own gas to go all the way down to San Diego, and I paid for it all the way back. No complaints. I pay for my own gas to go down to Sacramento, and I'm going to do it coming all the way back. No complaints this last week. And then you know, I agree with Marita, we need to be involved with the state a lot. They asked me to be on some of the policy committees with CSAC. I'm very interested in that. That way you have something with the higher end legislators with the state that affect us in the county at a lower level, and I think that's important. On my supervisor's salary, I couldn't afford it. That's why I work 2 jobs, but I'm willing to give back to the community because of that. That's where I come from on it. I don't have a position on whether to give us $2,000 or not. I'm just saying that we need to be out at the state level and moving around and networking. It's important, and being a voice in the policies that are set by the state, because it affects people all the way down to the county level. That's all I have to say about it.
Go for it. Yes, being involved in the state and making those connections, having those relationships is very critical. And I think that to a great degree, a lot of us are doing that. Whether we're being reimbursed through travel and expenses, maybe that's an issue that we want to bring up as a separate agenda item as to how we go about accomplishing that goal. But now that we've got Mia O'Connell in Washington, D.C., going back there and getting engaged with the federal side, and like the Department of Transportation with the Wagon Trail Project on Highway 4 and all of the other funding needs that we're looking for opportunities on, is going to take some personal presence there, and being involved on the federal level is to some degree just as important as being involved in the state level, but it's not cheap to fly back. Not every one of us has somebody already living there that they can go hang out at their house. But
save the county.
Yeah, I know what his couch looks like. But the point still is that we cannot reduce our ability to be engaged with the rest of the government and our legislators, who in essence make us victims at times because we're not engaged in critical issues. And that's why I spoke to the need for us to have involvement with legislative activity and being able to take stands and make our cases, which is currently we're not doing a very good job of it. So what that's going to take is it's going to take funding. Now, I agree with Gary. I haven't pushed a whole lot of expenses at the county either. But that's just, I have the capacity to do that. Not everybody does. And for those that can't, it should not preclude them from what they feel is their important role in representing this county. So, if it's me a case of giving 1,000 out of my 2,000 to another supervisor to make it all balanced, I'm happy to do that, because it's not going to change my world, but it would change theirs, and it might change the outcome of some of the things that we're talking about. So that's my position on it. Is not everybody is going to, but I don't want, for instance, Mr. Stopper to stop doing things simply because he doesn't have the funding capability.
I never said I wasn't going to. I said I am doing it on my own ticket already.
Yeah, but I don't want you to be discouraged.
I think we're
I have a comment. Okay, I didn't open this up to go. I just thought we could have this discussion. Here's what I propose. We can go forward with what's being proposed to us. If we just put it into a lump sum, and if you need it forever, we're talking 10 grand here. And if we just put it into a lump sum, and you need $2,000 to go to that conference, and you need $2,000 to go, we can just do it that way. And then when we get to the 1920 budget, we need to have a discussion of what we're going to attend, and then put the proper amount of money in there that we deem as 5 of us that will be needed to go to Washington, D.C., or go to the CSAC conference, or wherever we decide we would like to go and have our presence, and have that discussion, and then put it in there.
Great.
Okay?
If I may, just make one point of clarification. The request is actually to increase the overall travel budgets for the board by $7,600, $7,633, and the idea being to bring each supervisor's budget to the $2,000 mark for the duration of the year, such that, so it's the incremental increase of $76.33.
Thank you. All right, I have a couple quick questions from my analysis of this, and again, you guys hit almost everything. Coroner expenses, on number 17, we doubled that, we doubled that last year so that we could not have this annual mid-year thing come up, and yet we're looking at another $30,000. So what happened? Why are we doing this again?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask others to chime in, but there have been a number of expenses that they incurred this year that are over and above what they were expecting. I can't detail that for you because I don't know what it is, but it really is based on the additional workload that they have and contracts that they have to pay. The concern that I have is, as I indicated in the staff report, that they do not anticipate using all of that additional $35,000. They just want to make certain that they don't run over it. If anything, if the board has a concern about this, is to reduce it to the actual amount that they anticipate needing, rather than having additional money just to have it in case they do need it.
I would, since I asked the question, I think we ought to give them what they're actually needing. And this is my third budget, and this is the third time we've had a big number come in, and first time since we thought we'd fixed it. So let's pay what we actually have to pay, but I'm not banking money over there. And I hope that in our next budget we get this thing straight.
So where are we on that contract for the coroner and the morgue? I think that's pushing some of this that's happening right here because of that negotiations that continually go on and the costs escalating on it. So are we anywhere near bringing that to the board?
A couple of things. So the existing contract terminates at the end of March, so we're in the process of getting that contract brought back to board. Just to highlight, sorry, there we go. So when we closed the books last year, one of the things that had happened, because two of their contracts had been out of date for some time, was that about $120,000 of expenses from fiscal year 17-18 got rolled over into 18-19 and paid out of this year's budget. So this year's budget is then, sorry, my computer keeps, inflated by that amount.
So when we were coming square in the last, when we doubled it this year, we're paying bills from the year before. Huh? I didn't hear that. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I do. But this is an extension on that contract. It's not the end. Yeah, so it's coming to the end of a contract extension that we had a period to negotiate with them.
There was actually multiple contracts.
Multiple
contracts that had termed, they had expired. And so we had bills from last fiscal year that we had no contracting authority to pay. And so those contracts had to come, I believe did those come back before the board?
They did.
Come back before the board in order to extend the terms of the contract, in order to make those payments. So it's kind of a combination of a lack of contract management overall in the coroner's budget, and also a lack of managing the budget. So that is, to Supervisor Garamendi's frustration, that's something that we've seen happen on an annual basis. So it does cause frustration in my office as well, because we're sitting there holding invoices that we don't have any contracting authority or any authority to pay, which is also then causing frustration on the vendors who are providing those services. So that is something that will need to be addressed.
I would like to propose that we pay what we actually owe and not park money there to bill against. I don't know how that's going to screw things up, but we have to get this straight. It's not a big ticket item for our county, but, I mean, we should figure this one out.
I mean, as a practical matter, there's about $57,000 left in their budget now. The last couple of months, there have been slow. If you take out the $120,000 approximately that was budgeted for last year, in this year's budget, that would have put their professional and specialized services budget at about $209,000 for the year. We can certainly revisit this and make an end-of-the-year adjustment if necessary. What we're trying to do is actually budget for the expenditures that are anticipated to happen between now and June 30, as opposed to in prior years where June has been paid for with fiscal year, the following fiscal year funds, which is...
Okay, I'll go with this, but, you know, I've at least got one more mid-year budget, and I'm really tired of this Groundhog Day coming back up.
Understood.
Supervisor Tofanelli? I mean, if you disagree.
No, I'm not in disagreement, but I think the root of the core of the problem is not...
Your microphone.
I think the core and the root of the problem is something that at some point needs to be discussed at this board, and I think Megan knows what I'm speaking of. So,
Second question I've got is item number 18. Got this vague thing saying that for OES budget, the department is requesting to reduce its capital equipment expenditures and reallocate the funds towards other priorities as determined by OES and CCSO further to the Homeland Security grant. What's that mean?
Mr. Chairman, there is no additional money being requested by the OES. They're just wanting to move the revenues from capital expenditures toward other items that have been brought to your board in the past of the issues that they want to deal with. Specifically, I think we would have to get Michelle here to provide you with the details of that, but it's switching it from the capital expenditures that have been approved to
different
activities.
I would like to know what those are.
Okay. Krista, do you have it, or we can wait and Michelle should show up?
My understanding, we can certainly request that Ms. Patterson...
Because this is money we set aside for capital expenditures, and we're going to use it for
right.
What?
So she would need to get into the specific detail, but the Homeland Security grant is a 3-year rolling reimbursement grant that certain entities, Sheriff's Department, I believe Angels Camp Police Department, there is a gang of 5 that represents the various entities. Public health is another. And so they make a determination about how they want to spend those grant monies, and they can revisit those determinations within that 3-year window depending on the change in circumstances and what have you. Once they make those recommendations, then this board approves the overall budget, but it's slightly different than just moving something out. It's a discretionary conversation that they have amongst each other as the gang of 5, and then bring that recommendation here. So what they're asking for here is to move those monies around based on current needs.
Okay, I'm just curious, what is the current need? This is just so vague, and just a simple answer would do.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
What are we transferring money from OES to CCSO for?
What are we?
So the budget adjustments in 470 from the Homeland Security grant.
Oh, so the Homeland Security grant, as Krista may have explained, each year of the Homeland Security grant is a 3-year grant. So it rolls for 3 years.
I'm just curious what we're transferring the money
Sure.
from to.
Sure. So in the 2017 requests, they had put in for a generator as a placeholder. They're no longer purchasing the generator. Instead, they're purchasing radio equipment, which is not a capital.
CCSO is?
Yes.
SOS, okay. So we're not buying a generator, we're buying radio equipment?
Yes.
Okay. I also share a concern that as Supervisor Stopper brought forward on the fines, forfeitures, penalties. We don't have to do this today, but I would like someone to break out how that budget of 1.4 was put together and what are the elements of it. So find out what's not exactly delivering and what is. Because that's a big decrease in what we're expecting.
Chair, I didn't bring it up, but you're exactly right, is that where you are so far askew of the actual number at
Something's not
mid-year. Something was not estimated correctly, and I think we need to also understand that there's a couple of other areas that same thing happened, and I think we just need to know what those reasonings were, so when we go into our next year's budget, we're a little bit more accurate with our understanding of why those numbers are arrived at.
We blew that number, and we need to dissect that before we go into it again. But that's not a budget item, that's just an update.
I have a question on it. Rebecca may be able to answer the question. I'm assuming this number that we're speaking about, fines, forfeitures, and penalties, that's an actual number?
I didn't put this information together, so I would have to look at that.
Versus whether a person's been fined or given a penalty and hasn't paid it?
Right, so.
Yeah, so I'm assuming, though, this is an actuarial number, that this is what we've collected. We may be close to what we projected, but if people don't pay it, then we're not going to see that number.
We can put liens on property,
But, yeah.
I'll have to look at
So if
what
you
the
look-
makeup of that was, yeah.
Okay.
thank you very much. That'll help us
Was
do our
there any
budgeting.
other ones while I'm doing that one? Was
No,
there-
ma'am, that's all.
That's the one?
That's the one.
Okay.
I'm just curious, so we just need to know it before we do the next budget, so we know we missed something
Yeah.
here.
And the other thing is, in some cases, mid-year specifically, there are certain revenues that just will not come in until, say, April, right? And it's every year, they always come in April. So I'll need to look at that and determine if it's a cyclical thing and it's just a timing issue, or if it's a true deficiency.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would this be part of court recoveries as well?
Court recoveries.
Well, no, it's for the court
Yeah,
determined.
it is. So we are seeing a general, just in general, less court fines being collected than we historically have. And I don't really know what's prompting that, because most of our court collections are coming through, or most of our fines and penalties associated with collections are coming from the courts. We do have some that are coming through probation and a little bit through the clerk recorder's office, but outside of that, the majority is the court fines. So I don't know what's necessarily driving reduction. We have, over the years, been seeing a general reduction of certain types of fines being imposed in courts, and also that flows over to collections. So I wouldn't be able to give you much detail specifically on which court fines we're having an issue with, but in general, I can tell you court fines overall are less than they were budgeted, and they're less than they were last year.
Thank
And
you.
the largest driver in this particular case is Teeter. It's $1,038,000 that has not hit. So
Well, and we don't do the final allocation for Teeter until the end of the year.
if you take that out, the numbers are dramatically different.
Let's figure out what's in there while I'm talking. We've discussed this. What I would propose we do is we take public comment. We have the clerk read the agenda item, and then we decide what our next steps are if we're ready to approve or further discussion. Does that work for everybody? All right, we'll open this up for public comment. Al?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Al Sakala, Taxpayer Association. Boy, this is a well-put-together budget. We want to keep manual.
Try.
Also, our Director of Public Works is fantastic, too. Got to keep him. There's just 3 items. In the budget versus actual expenses, there's a line item for $35,000 for debt service. Well, that would imply you're paying interest on a loan, but there's no indication that we're borrowing money that I could see. So maybe that could be explained. Another item, the transit auxiliary tax is taxing nonprofits. These are churches and nonprofits. And we don't know how many they're taxing. We do know there's one. And currently, this is under discussion with Supervisor Mills and Barbara Sullivan to look at the law and see what needs to be done with that. But if the item is actually a number of nonprofits, not just that one, then it would affect the budget, because county council may recommend returning the money to them if you weren't supposed to take it to begin with. Another item, it's not on the budget, and maybe it shouldn't be, and this is CalPERS unfunded liability. In the past, our county auditor had brought up a serious thing about being careful with that, because there's other entities that went bankrupt because they couldn't get a grip on it. And there's a way that you can reduce the liability of the taxpayer and at the same time be fair with the employees and retirees. And this is a solution recommended by John Coppell of the Taxpayer Association. And it's simply, in the bargaining agreements, make certain that you specify what the benefits are, what the costs are, not specify the benefits. Currently, we, along with a number of other entities, specify benefits, and sometimes the costs go way out of sight on the benefits. Yet we're liable for it because we specified benefits rather than costs. If you specify costs, you're limited to those costs. And
thank you very much, Al. Other public comment?
Hello. I'd like to compliment CAO Lopez on this fine presentation. I think it's above and beyond those provided by the former CAO. It's a lot more clear. I feel like there's a lot less of shuffling going on here. And I especially appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged that the carryover of $9 million came from the cannabis growers that paid their taxes to this county. And although we have staved off bankruptcy for the county in paying all these taxes, I think the one omission from the report has to do with the structural deficit. It has yet to be really handled or acknowledged. There are still 26 extra hires that came out of the UO that the county is continuing to pay, as far as I can see, with money that was collected from those of us that paid our Measure C taxes. I hope I was wrong, but I think I also heard that the settlement money from PG&E can be used going forward to rectify any problems, and I really hope that I'm incorrect about that, because that's incredibly offensive to those of us that have been so greatly affected by the fire. There is a structural deficit. There are too many people that were hired. There is not the sufficient income from any other industry in this county that is bringing in the money necessary to continue allowing the county to operate the way it has been. And, I would just like to acknowledge that, Dennis, this budget, as it was established, was largely your priority budgeting. And when it came time to approve this budget, you chose to vote against it. So I would just ask that you stick to your guns that you had pre-election and vote to not approve any of these extra expenditures and keep our priorities where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Seeing none, we will bring it back to the board for further discussion.
I have one other question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. CAO Lutz, on your $9 million, interim CAO Lopez, your estimation of the $9 million carryover, is that inclusive of us spending almost $500,000 today? Or is that if we don't spend, I mean, if we go ahead and agree to what you're asking here and we reduce the contingencies by close to $1 million or $500,000, is that $9 million still going to ring true? Is that in your estimates?
Supervisor Tuffanelli, yes, the $9 million that we're estimating recognizes that we're also requesting about $400,000 to be to have the balance reduced by. Our balance would go down by about $400,000. The numbers specifically are toward the end of the report. But we do recognize that we are asking you to approve about $400,000. If you do that, if you approve the action that's recommended, we will end up the year with about $9 million.
Okay. And I apologize for the difficult question trying to get it out, but thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Tucker.
That $9 million is the potential forecast for the fiscal year, and still that's showing that the revenue is less than the expenditures. So there is a structural deficit, not extensive, but we are running a structural deficit.
That is correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Mills.
What was our carryover last year?
Our carryover last year was, it was a little more than $9 million. So the one caveat I would say is what is different with this mid-year than historically is that if we're trying to ensure that we have a certain amount of cash carry at the end of the year, now's the time to sweep any identifiable, clear savings opportunities. Because if we don't do that or we don't build in safeguards to ensure there's not a run on the monies, you will not have $9 million. You might have 7, you might have 8, but you're not going to have 9. So we're doing a draw on contingencies. We're not actually sweeping any significant savings into contingencies at this time. So that does make me a little uncomfortable. If we can ensure that we have a strong policy in place, that there's going to be a deadline for departments to basically have expenditures completed or capital assets purchased by X date of this year, instead of just trying to make a run on it through June 30th, I think there's a better opportunity for us to meet that mark. But it just depends. I've seen it go horribly awry, and I've seen people continue to follow, a very good conservative approach. It just depends.
So what you're saying is you would like to see the departments on a timeline to show their budget shortfalls or savings for the year, so that we know what we're going into the next fiscal year.
Generally, what has happened historically is if I looked at, your budget and I can see there is, okay, we'll pretend, that you have $500,000 in expenditures that you're not going to actually spend by the end of the year. Or I recognize that you've actually have higher than anticipated revenue, that would be the time where I would go ahead and pull that from a budgetary perspective and put it into contingency. So you go from the after the 400,000, when it's going to be 3,300,000 something. So you'd start pushing that contingency up, because in essence, you're moving appropriations out of budget units and into the contingency, which we're not doing this mid-year. So we're hoping everyone is going to not spend what's in their budget.
And then to your point, that's exactly the point I was trying to make earlier. Okay. Did you want to continue on that conversation before
I wanted to comment on Rebecca's comment, but I'll defer to you, absolutely. My understanding is that we did that sweeping sometime in early May. If we don't have that in our process, I totally agree with you. We should do that. And early May is what I'm used to, generally around the 15th of May. We can do that administratively. So after today's meeting or sometime in the next several days, we can come up with something. We'll give those instructions to the departments so that they don't. Because it is a big temptation to have a large balance in just a month or two left.
I think we'll leave it to you as administration to figure out that timeline and manage that piece.
Yeah, and so I would say that that is going to be an important piece. So if we're not going to actually bring another item to the board in order to physically sweep the money to contingent, then I think having a strong having a strong policy in place of deadlines for expenditures to occur is going to be really vital. Otherwise, what I have seen is departments, they just start ordering, and then you don't know, and I don't know until we start getting bills in the latter part of June, which by that time it's too late. And so we may not even get them until July. And at that point, then they're asking to encumber the funds. So then we have all of these encumbrances that we're having to roll forward.
And that's my point. That's what I'm trying to avoid with this whole discussion. And it's been an ongoing in the process as I look through these budgets in the past years.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the comment about unfunded liabilities. I don't think that everybody really understands. All of that money is not due and owing today. It is due and owing over a period of time. It could be very similar if you wanted to do a research on an actuarial. It'd be very similar to that, and that this is money that accumulates.
It's money that accumulates, but we are seeing a steep increase on a year-over-year basis that we've talked about, but we haven't really put monies aside. So that's why the conversation happened last year to talk about the IRS 115 trust, and the board did approve us engaging with PARS in order to have that IRS 115 trust, but to date, nothing has been funded in that. And I'm not sure if the agreement has been signed and sent either. But that's where we're kind of stopped at this point, but it's trying to engage in those types of, activities, and also having discussions in what we can do kind of in a multifaceted manner on how to put ourselves in a better position that we're not adding to the unfunded liability, and that we are putting money aside in order to offset those unfunded liabilities and those spikes that are happening.
I want to make a point that I hope we get serious about and actually fund it in PARS this year, this coming year, and that we're serious about doing that and not just talking. The other thing that I would like to mention, this isn't a priority-based budget, never was intended to be. So to that comment, this is not a priority-based budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to read the item so we know and then I'm going to see if we're ready for a vote.
So, 1, receive the fiscal year 2018-19 mid-year report. 2, approve the mid-year budget adjustments included in attachments A, B, C, and D. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote. 3, approve the updated fiscal year 2018-19 designated special revenue fund appropriations and revenue included in attachment E. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote. 4, approve the purchase of certain capital assets included in attachment F. And 5, approve acceptance of a one-time grant augmentation in the amount of $4,119 for the Sheriff's Office Marine Safety Program. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote.
So we can break this, or we can do this all in one package. So is there a motion?
Let's try all in one. So I will move this item as presented in red by the board clerk.
Supervisor Toffenelli has made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members.
Great discussion.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meetings attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Stop.
Last week, I went to the CSAC conference, and then Friday, I came home early, and I met with CAO Lutz and went over all the information. I'm sorry. Lopez. Sorry. I apologize. Also, last night, I attended probation for people that graduated from one of their AB 109 programs, and it was good to see people going through rehabilitation process. And I want to thank Marita for standing up and going to my Central Sierra Economic Development District meeting and keeping me caught up while I was at CSAC. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Wednesday was up in Auburn with Sierra Nevada Conservancy and met their new executive director. And then that afternoon, I was down here at Camera and going through the legislative issues regarding water and watersheds. Thursday, ribbon cutting at the first bridge in Calaveras County to cover a low water crossing in about 40 years, 25 by 72 feet long, and very successfully took care of that. Thanks staff for their work to get that all set up and make it operate very smoothly. That evening at the Chamber Mixer here in San Andreas. And Friday, I was at the industry work group meeting, and I know that Supervisor Stopper, I think you attended it very briefly as well. I think that's a great opportunity for us to just sit and listen to our constituents that do in the construction work and their interaction with our building officials and staff. Monday, thank you to the sheriff for allowing myself and Supervisor Garamendi to attend their swearing in for their 2026 new hires. And our sheriff's department takes them to, I believe, within 3 of a full staff. To this evening, Utica Water and Power is going to be discussing an effort to consolidate the water and sewer districts on Highway 4. And I know that that is going to be an interesting discussion, and for those that would like to attend, please come and listen to what they have to say and why they're wanting to discuss it at this time. Thursday, Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority in Stockton, talking about the water budget for Calaveras County and what their expectation is for us to either financially or in other ways fulfill our obligations under the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Management Plan for 2020. And that's about all I have.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Supervisor Callaway.
Thursday, I will be going to the hazardous fuel reduction meeting at the county library, and Tuesday I'll be participating with my colleagues in the CAO interviews. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to echo what Supervisor Mills said. It was great seeing all the new faces in the Sheriff's Department. Department's come a long way in the staffing. I think it's going to help morale, and I got him back in there. And kudos to the sheriff and this board for helping get that funded. I also want to give thanks, as far as things that we did, I did go to attend the RCRC Executive Committee meeting. We did have a meeting with Secretary Crowfoot, who is newly appointed for Natural Resources, who is very interested in the WUI and our forests, and I think is going to be a great advocate for helping us get projects done up there. I would like to ask all of you to consider Parks and Recs. I think Ben and I are the only ones who've got appointees, so if you can find some folks that are interested, there's grant opportunities from the bonds that passed last year, and we need to get a quorum together. So search your districts, find interested people, search other people's districts, and let's make those appointments if you can. We'll circle back on it. And now there is a piece of business that we talked about earlier, and I would like to take a poll of this board to see whether on the next agenda we could bring forward an ad hoc on campus facilities. See what the interest is. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
This is for campus facilities, the jail, DA, I heard on getting these things done.
I just have it sounds like you've already gone through this. Are we
We
going
did.
through this
No,
again?
we're just going through this, so we get a formal poll, so we can bring it back on the next agenda as an agenda item, so we can actually form an ad hoc. We're going to process.
So why don't you just have two of you?
Well, we are.
And then you don't.
We can't do it today.
We can't do it today, though. We have to bring it back. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway?
Just say yes.
Yes.
Say yes.
Thank you. See everybody as you got.
Better go in the lunch.
I'm sorry, we were about to adjourn, but Supervisor Callaway has one more thing to add.
On the census 2020, I feel like we need to get ahead of this in terms of what our protocol is going to be or our process is going to be for the census and for the redistricting. I'm just sort of putting that on Mr. Lopez's lap to give to whoever the next CAO, what? Whatever last name he likes, he can have. I just feel like I'd like us to get ahead of it in terms of, are we going to have committees that we appoint that does the redistricting, and how are we going to do it? Because 2020 is not that far away from when we have to do it. Thank you.
That's a good point. So we had public comment at the beginning of the meeting. We don't have public comment at the end. Seeing no other points, Supervisor, excuse me.
Jeez. My understanding is Supervisor Lutz has nothing to add.
Counselor? Madam Clerk? Very well. Stand adjourned.